The date, right, September 13th, 2022 Select Board meeting to order. Tonight we're being recorded on RCTV Live, Comcast Channel 22, Verizon Channel 33. Videographer for tonight's meeting is Rob. We have a great agenda tonight. Let me just give you a quick overview. We're going to start out with public comment, see if we have some public comment. We have our state delegation visiting with us. Really appreciate your coming in. I know that last meeting where some questions were sent to you, and I know you have some priorities you'll share with us as well, so that's great. After that, we'll do our liaison and town manager report. We have a public hearing scheduled for approximately 8:15. Vote to accept proposed changes to the town personnel policy. We then have a discussion and vote on some recommendations for the use of Arpa spending, specific to phase 1 of the Birch Meadow project, Ymca Adaptive Swim, Historical Commission, Conservation Commission, and Reading Food Pantry. Fidel is going to give us a preview of the warrant for November town meeting, which we're going to close next week at our meeting next week. We'll talk briefly about the fiscal 24 capital plan and the process going forward. Review a request for information, responses, and discuss the next steps for cell coverage. We've had a number of comments come in recently asking about poor quality, and there was an RFI sent out, and Fidel will be able to address kind of the responses we've already received on that. At about 9:30, we'll talk about the summer select board retreat and follow up and talk about setting up perhaps a fall retreat. We'll talk about the notion of a town master plan, which is something we haven't done in several years. We'll go on to future agenda items and office hours for the future beyond September. We'll approve meeting minutes, and that should be the meeting for tonight. So let's start out. Is there any public comment this evening? Mary Ellen, please come up to the podium.
Thank you. Mary Ellen O'Neill.
Oh, actually, can you use the podium right there? Where?
I was here last night for the CPDC and we had to stand in front of that.
Ah.
Okay. I just want to, I've written this out here.
Can you just tell us your name and address, please, first?
Oh, right, I started it. Mary Ellen O'Neill, 125 Summer Avenue. There are times when technology and how it is utilized outpaces any law and regulation that might provide oversight for such use. We are seeing an example of that in our downtown right now. A private citizen is operating a 24/7 live feed camera that feeds directly onto the web. This camera is on the top floor of an office building downtown, and it takes in a wide-angle view that includes the Haven High intersection, the depot building, and 2 stories of the Met building visible above the depot. This camera, covering a busy town intersection is not akin to the popular Ring cameras. The most significant difference is that this camera is releasing all its contents directly to the web, available to anyone who might visit the website of this person. When I took a brief look at this camera on Sunday, just prior to the start of the Fall Street Fair, I was able, for example, to see the young dancers prepare for their performance at the Haven High intersection. I was even able to zoom in on individual faces. This is totally unacceptable. In addition, other videos on the website, such as the video obtained via drone of the Oakland Road property currently under discussion for housing, is monetized through YouTube. I don't understand the purpose of this 24/7 camera. I feel it is a violation of people's right to privacy, and it is a questionable undertaking that allows for the potential misuse of figures and faces by having its contents displayed directly on the web without the consent of any party so filmed. I hope the dismay with which many view this aspect of this person's new endeavor will be sufficient to convince this person to shut this camera down. If not, I ask the Select Board to explore what steps it can take to prevent this camera from operating.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, thanks.
Other public comment? All right, now, Angela? No? Okay, very good. Caitlin, anyone online? Public comment?
There's a few people on, but I don't think they want to comment.
Last call for public comment? No hands have come up?
Nope.
Okay, in that case, let us go on. So we have our state delegation here, Senator Jason Lewis, Representatives Brad Jones and Rich Haggerty. we would love to hear from you. Would you prefer to kind of make a statement each first and maybe respond to some of the questions that were raised? Does that work?
Yes, Jason's
Sure.
gonna speak and.
You will.
Senator
Great.
Lewis, please.
I'll kick it off. I'm State Senator Jason Lewis, and it's terrific to be back with you all and with the Reading community. Thank you very much for inviting us, and thank you for your public service. So we appreciate the questions you sent us, and what I think we'll do, so we don't cover all the same ground, I'm just going to hit a few highlights from some of the work that the legislature's been doing. We've been very busy in the past few months, particularly focusing on things that I know are relevant to and important to all of you and our constituents here in Reading. Representative Jones is going to then talk more about where we are with the state's economic development bill, a critical piece of legislation. There's a lot in there. We'll give an update. And our Representative Haggerty, I'm sure, is going to pick up all the pieces that we missed and fill in all those.
Yeah, he's got his notes right
details.
there.
All it takes. Indeed. So.
It's all up here.
Exactly.
That's right. It's all out there. So, all right. So diving in, few key highlights. Again, I know some of this you're aware of, but some members of the public may not be. We did finish up work on the state's fiscal year 23 budget in July. The fiscal year started July 1st. It's a really good budget for our municipalities. In particular, and for our state. It does include a record level of local aid, $1.2 billion. And in fact, the increase is that both the House and Senate agreed to twice the increase that the governor had recommended. So that was pretty significant. We really prioritized local aid in this budget because, again, we recognize, again, coming out of the pandemic, still critical needs that our communities have. So that's a real something we're very proud of. It also includes fully funding the Student Opportunity Act, which is the very important law that we passed a few years ago to more adequately fund public schools, and that's fully funded, including the circuit breaker, which is very important to cover special education costs that our schools face. There were also several local earmarks for Reading included in there. A total of $100,000 of local earmarks in the budget, and I believe those are in process of being received by the community. We also finished the annual, what's known as the Chapter 90 bill, which provides money for local roads, bridges, sidewalk improvements, and that included $600,000 for the town of Reading, which I'm sure you've been putting to good use already. Probably most of that's already spent, and that continues to be a priority for the delegation and really for most of our colleagues. Next piece of legislation I want to highlight, we're very excited about this, is a major transportation and infrastructure bond bill. It's over $11 billion that we finished up work on in July. Governor Baker signed it. It includes both state money and federal money. As you're probably aware, Congress passed what's known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Late last year, President Biden signed it. So by passing the state law, we're basically setting the state up to maximize our share of the federal dollars. Some of the federal money is by formula. We'll just get what Massachusetts is entitled to, but a lot of that is going to be through competitive grants, some of which municipalities will be able to apply for directly. So by passing this bill, we're basically putting Massachusetts in the strongest possible position to try to maximize our share of that money. The bill also includes $200 million for electrification of the commuter rail, which would be a key way to improve service, including on the Haverhill line. It includes $55 million for the Complete Streets program and other municipal grant programs like Shared Streets and Spaces, which have been very popular for making safety improvements, things like widening sidewalks, putting bump outs in, making intersections safer, particularly for pedestrians and cyclists. So there's significant more money for that. There's also over $200 million to support the adoption of electric vehicles, including more money for public charging stations. I know that's been something you've been doing here in Reading, and again, we want to provide more state support for those. There's a bunch of stuff in that bill around improving safety for the MBTA. As you're all well aware, we're under a 30-day unprecedented Orange Line shutdown right now, which hopefully will be over in another week and we'll see some significant improvements. But we all recognize there's a lot of work we have to do to continue to improve the service of the MBTA, and including the commuter rail and the bus service. There's also $4.1 million in local bond earmarks that were included for Reading in that bill. So those are projects which essentially, by including them, we've put them on the radar. Doesn't mean the funding is guaranteed, that we have to essentially advocate together with the administration, the current one, and then the next administration to hopefully get funds released. But we've at least initiated that process by the delegation, including them in that bill. Next bill I wanted to mention is a major climate bill. Also finished to work on that actually the governor signed it in August. We finished it in July. And that's really going to continue to position our state to be a leader on transitioning to solar, to developing the offshore wind energy industry. It's a major new industry growth opportunity for our state. There's also a lot more support for transitioning buildings to off of fossil fuels, and also our transportation sector. So there's a lot in there, again, that will support efforts, I think, that are underway also at the local level. And also separate from that bill, but related, we're all excited that Reading just received a $2.1 million MVP grant, Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness, which is funding that the legislature provided, and then this was issued by the Baker administration. By the way, we think that's the largest or the second largest of any of the grants in the state.
I think it's the second.
Second. So it's a very sizable grant, and obviously for a very important project for the stormwater wetlands restoration project in the not sure exactly how you pronounce it, the Maillet zones, is that the correct?
Mallet Somes.
Mallet
One
zones?
off Willow Street.
Yes.
Mallet Somes.
That sounds Morgan. Thank you for the assistance there with the pronunciation. Yeah, and I know the Secretary of the Environment and Energy and Environment is coming to Reading next week.
Wednesday,
And we'll all sort of have a chance to celebrate that. But congratulations to the town, town manager Fidel Maltez and your whole team. That's a major success securing
Education
that funding.
administrators right there. So,
Congratulations to you.
his fingerprints are all over that.
Thank you. That's very significant. Big win.
Myself, Andrew, and Alex, who's getting married, so second best thing that's happened.
Though for a second you were going to say the first best.
No,
All right. Just quickly, I'll mention a few other important bills that, again, we finished work on in the June, July, August timeframe that, again, are important, I think, to a lot of our shared constituents. Mental health, been a very big issue for adults and particularly for our young people coming out of the pandemic. So this is a very significant bill that will strengthen the access to mental health care, including a focus on schools as well. So that's something that we look forward to being implemented. Another healthcare bill we passed is to protect access to reproductive health care, given the Supreme Court's decision striking down Roe v. Wade. And so that's something we've made sure in Massachusetts those rights are continue to be guaranteed. And then the last one I'll mention actually is in the area of voting rights, and we actually just saw this in our state primary last week and the general. We now have permanent access for voters to mail-in voting if they choose to use mail-in. Also in-person early voting up to 2 weeks before the election, and then obviously vote on election day. So the idea is to make it as convenient as possible for folks to choose how they want to cast their ballot. And that will be true for all state and federal elections going forward. And I want to, again, thank the town and the town clerk and her team for implementing that, for this election. Sounds like they did a great job. We've heard only positive things about how the election just went last week. So I'll wrap it up there and hand it over to Representative Jones and Haggerty to pick it up from there.
Where do you want to go? Okay. All right. Well, I think Jason touched on a lot of it. I start out by saying congratulations to the town and the Reading Rotary for a tremendous Fall Street Fair. It was nice to see literally thousands of people come down through the center and down Haven Street and enjoy the day despite a little bit of rain. It was nothing compared to those of you that participated in the dunk tank. I know a few members here, and Fidel was in the dunk tank. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that Fidel has done a wonderful job staying in touch He is not shy about texting, calling, or emailing. We appreciate that, and I think it will hopefully continue to pay dividends for the town. One of the main pieces of legislation that didn't get across the finish line, because we on Beacon Hill like to start our term paper the night before it's due, was the economic development bill, which has a lot of things in it. It has some elements of permanent tax relief. It has elements, local, there's some bonding pieces in there, and there are some cash pieces in there. And it got a little caught up at the end of the session over a provision of law that's referred to as 62F, which was passed by the voters in 1986, which has only ever been implemented once, but essentially it says if the rate of growth of revenue exceeds the rate of growth of family income, then the amount over that level has to be returned to taxpayers. So the state auditor got the report on her desk, and should be signing off on that, if not this week, then next week. She I think has until the 20th of September, and I think the number comes in at like $2.9 billion needs to be returned to the taxpayers. But the calculation is such that if you look at the revenue that's in the Arpa money, the money that came in, we actually can do all the things that we laid out to do, and we think that's a good thing. And I think there'll be a little bit of a debate about the format in which that money is returned, whether it's just a credit on your taxes you file next April. Hopefully we can create some way to get it out sooner, because I'm nervous about people having to deal with inflationary impacts and people trying to get through winter. So if they could have some money in their pocket to get through the tougher months, I think that would be helpful. Again,
Bills here.
yeah, again, there are some cash earmarks in there. So in each of the bills, the bond bills that the senator referenced, there's one piece left that's called the terms piece. When we do a bond bill now, we have to do the bond bill, and then there's basically the final bill. It basically says it's going to be 30 years, and the final piece of the puzzle. Those two are pending for the two of the bond bills that we have left. But those will be fairly straightforward. The MVP grant is great news. It was incredible to read through and see the size of it. I was thrilled to see 2.1. Last year, in working with the town of Linfield, we were able to get 1.7 for a piece of property that we worked with over there. So that really is great news. I know Reading took the lead for a multi-community application, but that was a tremendous success. And then hopefully, if we can have the federal government follow through, that'll really be make people very envious of Reading. I think that kind of touches on all of them. I do know one of the things that's been implemented is we sort of have like a quarterly check-in with Fidel and the chair, although I think the chair read the email late, as I recall, last night and missed our check-in, but that's okay. But I do know that the town warrant, which I'm going to go through later on, has a few home rule bills on it, or 4 home rule petitions on it. We've talked, we'll have them ready to go. And we're going to try, I think, to get maybe a couple that have been done before the end of the year that are a little more timely, and see if we can do that. No promises, because if we get the votes in late November and it's the holidays and it's a little crazy, but we've had some success in the past under a short time frame, and we all like a challenge. So if we don't get them done, we will get them all filed for January. But we've been in touch. And again, that's another one. Fidel is, I've heard through town, and I've reached out to him, and he's shared the information with us. And on the local matters, we work in lockstep and hand in hand on that to get those done. So we need to be sure to get those done in as timely a fashion as possible. So I'll pass it over to Rich.
Great, thank you. I know you guys asked some specific questions. One of them was whether or not we thought any type of structural changes would take place with the new governor coming in January. I would say no. Obviously our role as legislators would remain the same, and we continue to have obviously a big role to play in whatever happens up on Beacon Hill. So I would say no real big changes regardless of who wins in November on that front. One of the questions you had on your list was relative to Arpa funds. Perhaps we'll be taking up Arpa funds next session, so that's something to continue to take a look at. I think we have $2 billion left, essentially, to expend, and we'll be figuring out how to spend that come next year. So keep that in the back of your mind as if there's things that you view as priorities for the community that we should be aware of that potentially may fit into that type of bucket. to run over just some of the quick numbers, I know Jason mentioned it briefly, but unrestricted government aid this year was $3.7 million for Reading. Chapter 70 was over $11 million. The earmarks, I think we got $25,000 for the Reading robotics team, $50,000 for the fire department, and an additional $25,000 for, what was the other one?
Walls Memorial.
Walls Memorial Park, that's what it was. So those were great news to get over the goal line, and I give a lot of credit to Representative Jones and Senator Lewis as well for that, so that's terrific. Beyond that, great to be here tonight, be able to spend some time, hopefully answering some of your further questions tonight, spend some time listening, and our offices, as always, continue to stand ready to help all of you do what you do every single day, and of course, your constituents and our constituents who are at home, if in fact folks need some assistance heading into winter, heating bills, all those different types of things that are coming on. If there are different programs that are running throughout the state that we can assist with and get folks in touch with on, then we're happy to do that. So thank you.
Just if I could, I wanted to also just mention something else in the economic development bill. So where that bill is, just to build on what Reps Jones said, House and Senate both passed versions of the bill. There's a lot that's the same, but there's differences. So it's in a conference committee. 3 senators and 3 representatives from both parties who are charged with reconciling that. So that's where it sits right now. Just so you know, in the mix are several additional local earmarks for Reading that we secured in either the House or the Senate bill. One of those is $1 million for the targeted at the new senior/community center intergenerational. Mark, did I get the right terminology?
That's right, too. Yep.
And again, that's a bond earmark, which again, to be clear on the terminology, that would mean, again, it puts it in play as something the state would consider, but again, doesn't guarantee the money. We would have to continue to work together. But we did hear you on that, and so that we saw as a vehicle to start to move the ball forward on that project. I know the project's gonna probably cost a lot more than $1 million, but that could be very helpful, of course. And then there's also, that same bill also has what we call cash or budget earmarks, which if the bill were to pass and get signed, you will be assured of getting those. And so there's $100,000 for the downtown rapid recovery plan, which you told us was a priority. There's a $25,000 for additional second community garden, or to extend or expand. Phase two.
Phase two.
Because the phase 1 has been so successful. So there is funding for phase 2. There's $25,000 for the Reading Food Pantry, and another $25,000 also for the Chamber of Commerce. So again, that's why we're really pushing hard to get this bill done across the finish line, because there's a lot in there that would be important to you and across the entire state. Thank you.
Super. Board members, questions, comments? Well, let me start out with something. So first, thank you folks very much for the close collaboration, for delivering the goods a lot. We really appreciate that. We have a lot of things that we've been working on, and I think securing some of these funds has been really instrumental in helping a lot of that stuff take place, and we're very appreciative of that. It makes our ability to kind of do more things for the community come true, and not be just reliant on local taxation. So thanks very much for all that. Rock on, it's been doing great. Karen?
I would just like to echo everything Mark said, and thank you. I was really impressed by the second major climate bill. We all know the West Coast gets a lot of credit for being very forward-thinking, and I think Massachusetts, well, and even before that, I've been hearing that Massachusetts is the bastion of some of the smartest people in the country that understand climate change and how to combat it. So I appreciate you pushing forward the initiatives to make sure we do our part.
Thanks for being our voice on Beacon Hill. We appreciate all your efforts. Just a question, not necessarily related to legislation, but more on the administration side. We see that the MBTA communities was updated and Reading was recharacterized. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, I think it sounds like it's final, but still some questions and uncertainties at our staff level.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, it's a regulatory item, right? DHCD constructed these guidelines. I think that they heard from a lot of folks, concerns from a lot of communities. we know that we have a housing crisis in our state, we recognize that. Again, speaking personally, I had real concerns with the initial regulatory guidelines that were released, and I think a lot of folks did. I think the administration heard that, and that's why I think several of the changes that were made took place. But going forward, I think we've got to push and make sure that, the housing we create fits the neighborhoods where it goes. That's really important, right? And for me, I'm going to continue to advocate for that.
Yeah, it's a dynamic process, because on the one hand, housing is an issue. I mean, you saw the rates and housing costs right now are going through the roof, and to the extent people can't access housing, is going to lead to homelessness and an exacerbation of the problem, which only is compounded, particularly during the cold months. And we need to have that relationship, and it's a challenge for different communities depending on where you're situated. Community North Reading is one that, we used to have our, wells, and you were under water withdrawal permits that were pretty strict. Now we get all our water from the Merrimack River, but other towns, communities don't. Town of Linfield has a kind of a combination. Reading, gets MWA water. There was a time it didn't. I actually can remember that time, and dealing with that with two town managers ago, and trying to get that done on an expedited basis when we ran into, I think, a cost delta that said we need to go a different direction as a community. It's a dynamic process, and I think these things are going to be continually, revisited. I do think there are some things we can do to help on the housing front, whether it's accelerating potentially the use of in-law apartments for certain family members and things like that can maybe alleviate some stress points along the way.
Yeah, I would just add that in my experience at Beacon Hill, housing and zoning policy, not funding for housing, that's not that contentious, but policy around housing, particularly around zoning, is extremely challenging. And it's very difficult to agree on something that, covers statewide or even covers a region, because communities are different, right? I mean, even similarly situated communities might have a very different tax base, might have had a very different history of what your zoning's been. I mean, Reading has done a great job for the most part, right? 40R community has really encouraged transit-oriented development way ahead of a lot of other communities. So that's why it's so difficult to do these things at the state level. The state legislature, the actual language that sort of put this in motion was included in an economic development bill a few years ago. It was one paragraph long. And it was basically just about trying to encourage more multi-unit family housing near transit, which most people agree with, right? Most people don't find that contentious, but the devil's in the details. And, to be fair to DHCD, they were the ones left with having to put the meat on the bones and figure this out. I think that first round, they made some, there was some things they didn't get right. And as Representative Haggerty said, we heard a lot of concerns, not just from you, but others. And to their credit, they took that feedback, and I think they made some substantial changes. So I think it's better. What I would suggest is, even though it's final, doesn't mean we can't still work with them. It doesn't mean they're not going to be willing to be reasonable in working with communities and listening to your concerns. So what I would suggest is provide us in writing, the delegation, the specific, pain points for Reading as you move forward and as you sort of continue to digest what this means. And where there are specific areas that really seem to you to not work for Reading or they're unfair, again, share that with us, and we can at least communicate that. And where there's an opportunity for maybe some more flexibility in how they're enforced, maybe there's an opportunity for waivers around certain things, we would then work with you on that.
I mean, the regulations, they can be changed.
And they can be changed. That's
Or
right.
superseded by statute.
That's right. So there doesn't mean it's like the final word forever.
That's why I said it's a dynamic process.
Yeah. But that said, I think the expectation is certainly that not just Reading, but all the MBTA communities are going to try to move forward now
Start down that path.
to down that path. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, Jackie, so one of my questions, so thank you, Jackie, that was good. I was trying to get an update and that was provided, so thank you. Thank you for advocating for Reading. And I guess as part of that economic development bill or plan, whatever you're calling it, is there any, I know I've asked before, any tax relief for small business owners, whether it's payroll tax, unemployment tax, because I'm sure you meet business owners all
In
the
the
time.
economic development bill, there are two different numbers. That's one of the points of contention between the House and Senate. The House seeks to put, I think, $300 million back into the fund, because obviously during the pandemic, through no fault of small businesses, a lot of people found themselves unemployed. The Senate has a different number. That's one of the points of reconciliation. We'd already done $500 million. That we had already been passed and signed into law. Now there's a difference between the House and Senate. That's one of the points out there. Some of the tax relief, there's a proposal in there to increase the circuit breaker that people get through their when they file their taxes. I think it's almost a doubling of it. There's some
For seniors.
right for senior citizens, so that would benefit a segment of the Reading community. There's some estate tax reform, basically eliminating the cliff and raising the threshold. There's an increase in the rental deduction. There's an increase in the earned income tax credit. I think those are and then there's a sort of a one-time refund designed to go in there for people between a certain window of people that didn't get some relief. So I think those are sort of the five key slight differences on the
About
couple.
about $1 billion.
About $1 billion, about
Total.
500 million of which is permanent, and then 500 million of which is like
Yeah.
sort of one-time surplus. And that's on top of the 60, or outside the 62F.
Right, but nothing specific as far as payroll tax forgiveness, holiday, I mean, because,
No, but you mentioned unemployment, and that's why I mentioned that one. 'cause
Okay, yeah.
There is funding in there, yes, to replenish the unemployment insurance trust fund. So both the Senate and the House included several hundred million, but we didn't include the exact same amount, so that has to be
right,
reconciled.
excuse me, replenish doesn't take away what we're gonna have to pay.
It
Correct.
reduces the
The rate?
future assessments, because otherwise the businesses would have to make up that deficit.
Okay,
So it
But
reduces what you would otherwise have to pay for business owners.
right, and since the state has taken in so much money the past year, 18 months, you know, pick a number, there seems to be nothing coming back to us. Because the,
Potentially to the 62F, it might,
Yeah.
depending on how you structure this.
Well,
Well-
that's not quite fair though, right? There's been a lot of money provided by the state and federal government to businesses to help them get through the pandemic. Billions of dollars, right? Of
Right,
all different,
right. Payroll,
pandemic relief,
PPP,
all
I
kinds of things,
I
right?
agree, and that was that time, believe it or not, 2020 was a picnic compared to what's going on now. And what's in the future with inflation, supply chain, you know, we had a long-standing business, decided to close. Maybe they'll reopen, probably not, but that was, you know, shocking news to the town that they announced that. And, you know, owner was interviewed and, you know, we're all having the same issues, you know, staffing issues, getting things in, people showing up, never mind hiring them, just having them show up.
Mhm.
So, you know, this business made a
Yeah.
decision it just gets overwhelming. You know, you can't get what you want, you pay too much for it, how much do you pass on to the customer, so on and so forth. It's, you know, one small example that's happening all over the country.
Mhm.
But, you know, when you pay these payroll taxes month after month after month, and you get, you know, it hurts. It'd be nice if the state acknowledge that they have all this money, they've taken all this revenue in, and at least give some of it back, or do a holiday or do something, because payroll's not going down, payroll's going up. Rents are going up, utilities are going up, everything's going in the wrong direction. And it'd be nice. I know that the federal government's done a lot and that trickled through the state, but I mean direct impact. You know, we used to pay $3, $4, $5, $10,000 a month in payroll taxes, month after month after month. To get a month off or 2 months off would be great. You know, I don't know if that's anything that's been brought up from any other state reps or anyone else.
I think most of the tax policy was what we kind of already described, but it's important to note that, I mean, we're talking about $4 billion, which dollar for dollar undoubtedly would be the largest, you know, tax give back in the history of the Commonwealth bar none. So I do think that's important to note. I mean, we're not talking about, you know, dollar, nickels and cents and quarters here, you know, I mean, we're talking about real tax relief that's going back to the taxpayers right now, that we think we can get over the goal line. So I think it's something to celebrate and say, hey, look, you know, we're recognizing the fact that we've been in a strong position as a state. We've increased our rainy day fund to historic levels to make sure that we're in a strong position if in fact the economy were to dip down, and we do in fact need to further support with the local businesses, municipalities, et cetera, that we're prepared to do so. And then of course, as I mentioned, beyond that, money back into the hands of taxpayers by the $1 billion tax package that Rep. Jones mentioned, and of course the $3 billion that we anticipate that the auditor is gonna certify in the coming days.
The other thing I know this is not exactly what you're looking for in terms of further tax relief for targeted at small businesses, and I totally understand where you're coming from. But something else that we are well aware that's a major challenge for our businesses is hiring and the labor shortage. And there is a lot of focus actually that we've had both in the state budget and in this economic development bill that we've talked a lot about that is focused on workforce development programs. So ways to continue to provide more job training money, more support for technical vocational schools, incentives for hiring, just various, trying to build off of established programs. We have the mass hire system, our career centers, to essentially try to expand the workforce as much as we can. Another piece of this actually that I've been very involved in because I chair the education committee is ways to provide more support for childcare and early ed, because again, one of the things we hear from the business community is that's impacting the ability to hire people or hire them full time is because they have childcare responsibilities. So there's a lot of interconnected things, as you know, and that's a big focus for us as well.
And I think that's going to be one of the key issues during the next session. I think the Senate had passed some legislation. The House had kind of stuck its toe in the water, but I think that's one of the top issues because they didn't get across the finish line the way everybody wanted to. But I think it's going to be a key focus next session.
And the reason the issue of sort of early ed and childcare, there's a major story in the Globe the other day about after school care and how many families can't get that, so they're having to cut back their hours. It disproportionately affects women. The reason this issue has risen so high is because the business community is now coming to the legislature and saying, this is a critical competitiveness economic issue for us. You need to do some more in this space. So that's what has really helped us make this a higher priority.
Thanks, Mark, and thank you all for coming. For the most part, I echo Carlo's concerns as well. I think as being a middle-class-ish small business owner kind of scenario, a lot of what you're saying is not going to funnel back to any of the medium-sized businesses in Reading or anywhere else in the state. To hear about childcare and all of that stuff, there's certain middle-class people that aren't going to qualify, just like all the other Massachusetts things that came through. The federal PPP stuff from a year or two back, obviously that affected all business owners if they suffered a loss, et cetera. So that was a significant change compared to, I think that anything that's coming down on the horizon is a lot of mid-sized businesses and whatnot are not going to qualify for any of these differences. As noble and great as they might be, I think possibly you just have an adverse effect on like a good portion of the businesses in Reading and everywhere else in the state. So I just hope there's some consideration for that. I know there's always the income guidelines and everything else, and just if you're in Reading, you're probably not qualifying for any of these things, unfortunately. But I am happy with all the grants that we got, and just seeing that one in particular affects all of the downstream communities here and all that. It just shows that Reading took the first step, jumped right in, and then here the grants and everything came after the fact, so it's good to see that. And then the trickle-down effects to all the other communities that are going to benefit from it are definitely well received. But I'm definitely looking forward to all the other small, or not so small, grants that you guys hopefully can get through the finish line in the future. We'll see what happens with them, but I really appreciate you all for being here. Thank you.
We'll bring up a couple other questions, and then maybe Fidel, looks like you might have a question too. So two things. One, I wonder if you could talk about where we are with the green communities, how close to the finish line, how to get across. And the second relates to the MSBA reimbursement kinds of issues. Where the discussions are in terms of understanding current building costs as compared to where things stand. I know that getting a high reimbursement rate is wonderful, but if it's based off of a artificially low, in current terms, cost per square foot, then that doesn't reimburse us nearly as much as other things would. And you all know we're talking about a Killam program coming up. So obviously this is near and dear to our hearts.
I can take that one, but you wanna take the green communities?
Yep. To green communities, you went to green communities, is very, very close to finish line. We, the good thing is we were the first bill the committee heard. I sit on the TUE committee and we were on the climate change conference committee. We were the first bill reported out. We got it through the House, it went to the Senate got it back. They made a couple of changes. House decided, and the problem is in the late session, people see a more finite number of vehicles moving, so it's like last train out of the station, let's put something else on, which wasn't necessarily part of the original scheme, and the Senate kind of said, well, no, we'd rather not do that, so they kind of made another modification, so it's back before the House, came back a couple weeks back, and Rich and I have talked to the chair, and we think we've prevailed on kind of going back to the original scope, so hopefully we're down to simply a paperwork thing, hopefully within the next, week or two.
Yeah, and really appreciate Representative Jones and Haggerty have really worked hard on this, they filed it initially and got it through the House, and that was a very big step, and then, I just had to pick it up from there, but the good news is all the key players on this agree that this change is necessary to allow communities like Reading, there's several others, you're not the only one, but to join the Green Communities program, because you're missing out on state grant money that's available to green communities, and you should be able to get your fair share of that. So everyone agrees that change, it was kind of inadvertent from the original Green Communities bill, which was back in, I think, 2008.
Yeah.
So I think we have no problem there. It's just a matter now of this is final push. And we're very confident the governor will sign the bill, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so that, hopefully we'll have good news on that soon. I can take the MSBA issue because it's one that I've been increasingly concerned about, again, in my role as the Education Committee Chair. The MSBA is the state agency that partners with communities to fund either major renovations or new school buildings. They were created in the early 2000s, and they basically get 1 penny from the sales tax. So basically they get 15% of sales tax revenues. And that basically puts a ceiling on how much they have to work with each year, because it just depends on how much the sales tax grows. So they basically have to balance what the reimbursement rate's gonna be for the projects that they enter into the pipeline versus how many projects they are able to admit into the pipeline. And of course, the challenge is there's so many schools across the state that are in disrepair and that need, to be rebuilt. And so that's always been a challenge, but what's made it a bigger challenge is the cost of the projects has escalated so dramatically, in the last few years. Some of that is inflation, some of that's supply chain issues, some of that's just, the demand for, there's been a huge boom in construction, right? So that has made exacerbated the situation. So unfortunately, where the program is at right now is for a community like Reading, and in fact, I'll give you the example of Stoneham because I also represent them and they are further along. They're a bit further along than you are with their new high school. Under the MSBA statute, that they operate under has a formula to calculate the reimbursement rate. A community like Stoneham, Reading would be similar, would qualify for somewhere between 40 and 50% reimbursement rate from the state, depending on how many incentive points you qualify for. There's certain incentives that they build in. The Stoneham High School project is going to be reimbursed at about 25%. Will be the actual reimbursement rate, because the reimbursement rate on a per square foot basis, which is how the MSBA does most of the reimbursement, is below the market rate for construction costs right now, and it's quite far below. So the MSBA is aware of this. They want to increase that, but they have to trade that off with how many projects can be approved. So it's a conundrum, and it's definitely one that I think the legislature is going to have to be involved in. Unfortunately, the solution is probably going to need to be how do we provide more resources to the MSBA and make some other changes, and so that becomes one of competing demands. But it's definitely one we're aware of. It's definitely one we're talking about. there has been some progress on discussions. I actually was in a meeting with the Commissioner of Education earlier today, Commissioner Riley, and we talked about this very issue. So folks like that, Treasurer Goldberg, the MSBA sits under her, she's aware of this as well. So no, we don't have a solution at this point, but we're definitely well aware that that reimbursement rate has fallen, and that is a problem because that shifts more of the burden to communities.
I was just gonna say, we found out this week from the superintendent that the model program, which we were absolutely prepared to look at, which could save you 10% by going with the pre-designed solution, that credit has, they've done away with it, and that, again, it gets back to the funding problem,
Yeah.
but it, so I appreciate you being so frank, because, you know, we're at the early stages of this project, but we wanna be transparent and honest with the taxpayers, and I would love to help advocate for however we can to help them
Yep.
look at the program and fund it.
Well, we'll definitely
Wonderful
appreciate
day.
that, and we'll keep you posted on these conversations. And you know, again, I think this issue is rising and is gonna it needs more attention.
Any other?
Can I just do a follow-up on that? Thank you. So without raising taxes, our taxes, is there a way to use federal money, surplus money to fund that MSBA? Because, you know, never mind the disparity of construction costs and labor costs and everything else, they only allow so many communities in per year, clearly not enough.
Right.
And you can only manage so many projects here, I get it, but just like many other things, it's gonna be an ongoing problem.
Right.
So I don't know, like, you know, without raising taxes, either reforming something or getting federal money, I'm sure they're working on those things as well.
So that might be part of the solution. So we do have one-time money right now. Some of that is state surplus money from the last budget year. Some of that is our remaining federal money. One of the ideas we're talking about is could we put together a program using some of that money to specifically help districts that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Again, an example, Stoneham would be an example. Their cost of that high school escalated by more than $12 million more than they had expected, not any fault of their own.
Right, right.
And so they've had to actually make some hard decisions about scaling some things back. So if we created a one-time fund, could it help communities like that? And maybe Reading would benefit
So that's
from
trying to
that.
determine whether it's a blip or in a bubble versus a permanent,
Exactly.
you know, is there always, 5% growth or increase, but because of the pandemic, did it become 25%?
Right, so that could help you like
No,
one time, but the thing I just want to finish by saying is all of this money in terms of whether it's additional state dollars or federal is one-time money. So that is not a solution for a permanent increase to the MSBA's operating budget, right?
Right, no,
So
I understand
That's the issue,
that,
so
and
that may be a
that's-
short term,
that's the problem,
but not a
yeah.
long term, right?
Right,
Yeah,
and that's the
that's right,
biggest part of the problem is that
is how do you fund this long
this
term?
is, I mean, there's Killam's a good example of an outdated school with lead pipes and not ADA compliant. And I'm sure there's hundreds of schools like that across the Commonwealth.
That's right,
And I'm sure there's schools in much more deplorable conditions
that's right.
than Killam and other schools or Stoneham High School. So not to say those shouldn't take priority, but they probably should, because it affects the teaching of the kids, affects the quality of life of the teachers, quality of life of the families. And I don't know how much weight, I'm not part of the MSBA, how much weight they put into that, as far as picking certain districts. Okay, this school's 100 years old and the windows, you can feel the cold air coming in the winter.
Yep.
I don't need you to answer that, but yeah, it's a very ongoing problem.
I would say, I honestly think they do, because I was there when the program used to be the old way, when it wasn't with the treasurer, and we made a conscious choice to give it a dedicated funding stream. And it made a big sea change. So one of the projects that almost got caught in the gap between was the Reading Memorial High School project back in the early 2000s about, well, we can't go forward because we're between this and between that. We'd been approved under the old system, but not the new, and we managed to, frankly, it cost me a vacation because I was on the phone the entire vacation trying to work on this issue a million years ago. And I think that, but part of the problem is, I think they try to look at those issues. But let's say you're a community that doesn't have those issues, you're also trying to get some predictability. We have a new school, maybe it's not as bad as X or Y or Z, And then every year it's like, well, sorry, wait next year, sorry, wait next year.
Right, yeah,
Right.
of course,
So that
yeah.
becomes
Right.
challenging for a community to have predictability, and you're trying to, so some of it does come down to more money. Some of it comes down to what are the things that we can do, because, you know, communities they do it per square footage, but they also have a formula for what they consider allowable costs. And then sometimes a project will get expensive because there are certain things a community will choose to do, that they'll say, well, these aren't part of the
Yeah,
reimbursement.
that's fair.
But the reimbursement, the town calculates it as the total cost of the project versus what they get. But some of it may have been discretionary choices the community made. I think site costs are one of the ones that they don't do, and this frankly is one of the things that has impacted the Northeast Regional, the vocational school, is that they have a huge number that's for site costs that kind of gets set aside from the reimbursement, even though when you know, it's still part of the overall project.
Right.
So there's a
Yeah.
lot of those things, and frankly, every dollar that we put into this, let's say a discretionary dollar, may mean there's something less for some other program that.
Oh, I get it, no, yeah. That's why I said without raising taxes.
No, I understand, but you were looking for tax relief before, so I mean, we
Yeah, I'm
don't
looking
do
for,
A,
I'm
we do
looking
B.
for a lot of things, we all are, but
Right,
it's,
I mean, it's a zero-sum game, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
if-
Right.
And if you don't have the taxes at the state level to do this, it means higher taxes at the local level to
Before
do
you
it,
send them
right?
back,
So-
maybe you can send
Yeah,
them back.
yeah.
More comment.
Yeah. There is, I have to use the opportunity, I'm sorry, I know this is a bit of a political issue, but I have to go on record here, use the opportunity. There is a proposal before voters in November, which is called the Fair Share Amendment, which would actually provide more revenue to the state if it passes. It would only apply to households making more than $1 million a year in income, not assets. And it would assess an additional 4% income tax above the 5%, which is our flat rate. And that money to the state would only be able to be used for educational purposes and for transportation. One of the things that could be used for.
We're gonna pick a point of
Shaking his
disagreement
head.
here.
Debate,
Shaking his head.
but in the language, in that ballot question, it has to be used for those. And so one of the areas certainly we could use that
Subject
for.
to appropriation.
One of the areas we could use that for would be the MSBA program.
That works for me.
So
Okay.
that is actually a
Let's just
potential
codify that. Okay.
funding source that
Subject to appropriation.
voters will get to decide on. The legislature has voted on it several times, but voters in November, in the election, it'll be question number 1, will get to weigh in on that. And if voters approve it, again, that would be a new revenue source on a sustainable basis, year in and year out. And again, some of that could, at the discretion of the legislature, that's true, go to, again, provide more resource to the MSBA.
The only editorial comment to add, other than the subject to appropriation, is it's not necessarily in addition to money that we currently already spend on those programs. So theoretically, we could take money we already spend in education, slide it over here, and then spend this new money and be true to the ballot question. That's a concern, and the legislature demurred from the opportunity to say, in addition to. And I think that would have been a lot better truth in advertising, but
I think
we'll
we,
choose
Rev
that.
Jones and I should,
We'll choose this as a
We
different,
guys have
we should
different
arrange it, we should
Yeah.
schedule a debate on this for.
Perfectly happy to.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, people, it'd be important for voters to learn about this, but they will have the final word.
We'll moderate for you.
I was just
thank you,
gonna share, I've been, where I'm on our Killam School Building Committee, and one of the things that I've been educated on is that the school district is now providing pre-K. And it's becoming a mandate, and again, this is not my area of expertise, but so then we have questions about why do we need such a big school? Well, in addition to all of the other demands that we knew, the space concerns we needed for special programs, under special education, we're now adding an entire grade, or we're sort of marching in that direction. That also drives the cost of the size of the building, so help, thank you.
Any final words?
And there are towns dealing with trying to have all-day K, let alone half sessions.
That's us.
Us too.
And
That's
then
us.
pre-K. And as that impetus comes along, it does create pressure for space,
Yes,
which can then make schools that were adequately sized
yes.
short for space, which then makes a longer line in MSBA.
Our student population isn't really growing, but it's those other things that are changing the space we need.
Full day K is on the horizon.
We're working on it.
Fidel, any comments you wanted to share?
He doesn't want to wade into it now. He's a smart man, he said nothing.
Especially not on the ballot. I said, we don't stand on question 1. Absolutely, yeah. Especially not on that one, no, luckily,
I wouldn't be affected by that one, so I'm good. No, just thank you for all the help and support. I mean, I it is true that I bother them at all hours of the day on all kinds of issues. So I really appreciate all your help and support. I think in the last 6 months we've gotten very close to not only with the electeds but also your staff. They're phenomenal. I gotta say that I see you here in Reading quite a bit, and that is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. You won't see me marathoning with you. I draw the line.
Or in the dunk tank.
Or the night, yes.
Good. Well, thank you folks very much for coming in. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the support you've been giving to Reading. Really appreciate that as well. So thanks again. Let's keep doing this, and with a little bit of notice, I'll make the meeting ready.
Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's shift to liaison reports and then town manager report. So you wanna go first?
I'll go first, sure.
Oh, far away.
Alrighty. So last night I attended the Recreation Committee meeting and met their new hire, Ariel Carney, is the new rec administrator. She is not here, that's Jenna. And also last night, Angela, who is here, got appointed to the Simons Way Advisory Committee. And I was amazed to learn that 611 kids are part of Saturday Night Lights flag football,
Wow.
which is a huge number. So that's incredible. And I don't know if Jenna's gonna speak or not, but I'll do the plug for the Halloween stroll, which is October 26th from 4 to 5:30 in downtown. Am I saying this right? Okay. All right, October 26th, 4 to 5:30 in downtown. And we started to have a discussion that's to be continued about pickleball, because that sport is growing every day. And now I consider myself part of the pickleball community, so I will advocate for that. And then I jumped on to from that room to this room, but I'll let Jackie take that to the CPDC meeting. So Jackie was here fully for the first portion, and I should have went home, but I stayed with Jackie, and we both enjoyed the subsequent CPDC discussion about 459 Main Street, so I'll let Jackie take that. And I did go, it was pretty quick and dirty. I think Karen and Chris and I were at the Killam School Building Committee for an update last two weeks ago, I think, or last week, I forget. Just going over, you know, what they're dealing with, and what Karen mentioned earlier about the percentage and the reimbursement, and how they were talking about the RISE program, and you know, are they gonna move it over there, or they're not gonna move it over there? So again, that's a work in progress. And then of course, Town Day, Fall Street Fair, again, was phenomenal. And it was just another great event. 14th Rotary did a great job. Town staff did a great job. I did speak to, I don't know if it was Chief Clark or someone else, you know, a couple hours in, you know, how's it going? And so it's going great, but you know, we had a lost kid the first half hour, and that was resolved quickly. But other than that, I don't think there was anything to report. But another great day, weather cooperated, and you know, I was first in the dunk tank. I think our superintendent, Tom Milicheski, was one of the highlights, and the principal from Parker, I don't remember his name, but there's a few highlights because I hung around most of the day to see. It was a great event, and I'm sure Chris will comment on the dollars raised. It seemed like it was much more than last year, so it was a great day. Thanks.
Slight correction, apparently it's 629 participants in flag football.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Kyle. Chris?
Thanks, Mark. My daughter is one of the 629, and I, ironically, an assistant coach for the first time ever in my life on anything, for the most part. So I just found it quite interesting that you mentioned it. Yeah, other than the Killam School Committee meeting, obviously, that we attended where, you know, it was kind of what we've seen before kind of scenario. I think the Fall Street Fair, I haven't announced it publicly, but we raised $1,704. So I want to thank you, Fidel, Jackie, Mark, Carlo, all the principals that came out, superintendent. It was a pretty substantial day. Last year was $1,326, other than the private donation that came in that rounded it up to $2,000 last year. So this year, by raising $1,704, just seeing all the, once again, the various kids and everything after dunking one of like these teachers that they may or may not have, or in the future they don't even know how lucky they are to be dunking like the high school principal. They're not going to remember it, but just seeing the way that they acted and everything was just a real good day. So it's good to know that Liliana, I reached out to her and I'll be meeting her on Friday from Rough and Ready. So her GoFundMe was at $11,350 and the goal was $12,000. So with her half of the $1,704, it's going to put her right over her goal of the $12,000 that she wanted. So that's a good thing to give back to a small business in Reading. And then the other half obviously was going to the Reading Rotary, which once again just ran the #1 event that I went to before any of this in Reading. Year after year after year, they put on an incredible job. And I did notice the next day when I showed up to Haven Street for work that it's as if nothing happened. And the reason is because of the DPW that just does, it gets unnoticed in all these events that just goes on. Everyone just thinks that they come around and just like fix some potholes, but like it's as if nothing happened the next day. So kudos to all of them, and like I said, everyone who participated, everyone appreciates it, so thank you.
Just to reiterate what you were saying, Chris, my wife and I had to be traveling at 6 a.m. on Monday morning, and the town was spotless. It was unbelievable. You wouldn't have known that there had been an event. It looked great, so kudos to the team.
Mark, real quick, sorry, I forgot something pretty important. I'm sure they're gonna yell at me for not mentioning it. There's a rendering of the pavilion that I don't think we have. So last night a rendering was presented and
This is for the Birch Meadow complex?
yes, sorry, excuse me, yes. I know what it's for, but yes, for the Birch Meadow complex. And I'll pass it around, but it's outstanding. And the Recreation Committee was thrilled to finally see something that is gonna go there.
15 years in the making. Awesome. Jackie?
Yeah, echo the kudos to the Rotary, to town staff, to all the volunteers and vendors. It was a great day on Sunday, and we know and appreciate all the hard work that went into that. Just from some board and committee updates, first from the Board of Health, they received a presentation from Maureen Busby of the Mystic Valley Regional Tobacco Prevention Collaborative, and she gave some good news about some of our checks on inspectors checks on how our tobacco retailers are complying with what really are kind of the strongest tobacco laws in the nation in terms of things like bans on flavored vapes and tobacco, stricter penalties for selling to minors, and universal ID requirements. And Ms. Busby's good news was that the inspectors are reporting great compliance among our retailers. Also through the Board of Health, that board is considering rejoining officially that regional collaborative. The funding is available through a grant that's led by Melrose, City of Melrose, along with Malden, Medford, Wakefield, and Winchester. So it's another opportunity to get more resources to prevent tobacco use, especially among young people. And then also the Board of Health had a couple of events coming up. They will be doing a recovery and remembrance event for anyone affected by substance abuse on the town common on September 28th from 6 to 7:30. I know many of you attended the press item for that a couple weeks ago. So thank you to the coalition, to the Board of Health, and to the clinicians for that effort. Also some vaccine clinics coming up. There'll be a COVID vaccine at RMHS on September 16th and 30th, and there will be flu vaccines coming up on September 21st at the Pleasant Street Center, 27th at Cedar I didn't catch the location, but it's on the town website, and on the 29th at Tannerville. So some good opportunities for vaccines before the weather turns. Next item, last night the Cultural Council met. They are opening their grant cycle for 2023 grants. This is money that we either have locally thanks to the budget or through the Mass Cultural Council. And so they'll be here to present to us on their 2022 grants and their 2023 process, I think, in a coming agenda. And then as Carlo mentioned, there was a long meeting last night of the CPDC. First, there was discussion of the Oakland Road proposal for a mix of family and senior affordable housing. The commission had to keep this to about an hour because of a pretty packed agenda, but we heard from planning board members of the interest in using the housing production plan process to lead us to locations and options in the area. We know that housing production plan is underway and is due to the state in February of this year, so that might be something to consider as we're beginning to think about a path forward there. One of the other commission members referred to Birch Meadow as a real heartbeat of the town. I know we're going to be looking at Birch Meadow in other contexts. I thought that was a great way of describing it, and also describing, the value that people place on it, even those who don't live in the immediate area, and the need to, take those community concerns into account. We heard a number of public comments on things like traffic, parking, land condition and wildlife, preservation of open space. And I'm sure we'll be having some next steps on that discussion, both with respect to Oakland Road specifically and with respect to housing production in our town. Part of why I asked our delegation about the MBTA communities is because as Julie Mercier and Andrew McNichol reported last night, staff is really doing a lot of hard work trying to analyze what the impact is of that current or updated guidance, and also trying to sort out some of the inconsistencies between the MBTA communities guidelines, which mandate capacity, not production, and our 40R targets. And some of those things don't necessarily fit together in a way that makes much sense. So kudos to staff to trying to untangle that. And then finally, there was a discussion last night about 459 Main Street, which is the 128 tire proposal, a lot of review of conditions, and I was encouraged by the fact that that review and that discussion was very consistent with what I think we heard from town meeting back in April on kind of right-sizing the 40R and maybe taking a little bit of a step back from some of the density that we've seen as a result of the 40R growth in the area. And at least for now, the CPDC approved a much lower density, and so the developer requested 12 units. The CPDC last night approved essentially the by right density in that zone, which is 5 units. So it was a reduction of more than half, to be continued in terms of what the developer does, if anything. And then last but not least, the commission tabled a discussion of 25 Haven Street, which is the former Rite Aid near the depot. That's continued till October 17th. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Jackie. Karen?
Thank you. I concur that the street fair was awesome. I was able to connect with a number of groups and committees that I hadn't seen in person in a really long time. So thanks again for the Reading Rotary, and I particularly enjoyed the September 11th ceremony. It's always amazing hearing the moving stories from that day, and it's still real and very current for a lot of people. So I appreciated that effort. I've been working with the chair of the Climate Advisory Committee following the proposed polystyrene warrant article around through missed the bylaw committee because of a technical difficulty, but he has been working with Ymca to take what the bylaw committee gave him for feedback and tighten it up and have it ready for us. and the bylaw committee, I did manage to get in for the second half because that was a really busy agenda. There's a number of things in our warrant article that were before the bylaw committee, so thank them for working really hard. That was a big meeting for them. So we have an RMLD meeting this Thursday. There has been an issue, there's been a disconnect between Meyer Tree, which does the tree trimming for RMLD and the Conservation Commission, so no meetings per se, but I've been liaison with both RMLD and the commission to try to get people in the same room, and I'm optimistic we'll get there, and so we're gonna keep working on that. Let's see. And last night was my first meeting with the library trustees, and they got in and out in an hour, and we need to pay attention to however they do it because they got a lot done in 1 hour. So check out their programming. It's amazing coming for the next month, and they will be bringing the mobile book bike, which was at the Fall Street Fair, to the Remembrance Tour that is upcoming, and so that's going to be a nice addition to the community, and want to get that out as much as possible. Hopefully that book bike will help overcome barriers to library use. The library is still building up in-person use by patrons since the pandemic. And just a final note, Mark has office hours scheduled this month, and I did add okay, good. And I added an office hour to the library on September 20th from 11:30 to 12:30, and I would love to have residents and businesses come forward and talk to me with whatever's on their mind. So thank you.
Thanks, Karen. So couple of quick updates on things. I wanted to just follow up on an item that came up and I lost it on my page here. So I guess I'm gonna come back to it. Oh, here it is. Related to CPDC, one of the things that I know actually Karen brought this up is that sometimes we're finding issues related to traffic that are we're starting to hear more about them. So whether or not there's a development there, there's already an issue. And I know that PTTTF is already engaging as a result of some of those discussions. And I think it wasn't an anticipated outcome, but it's great because we're finding some of these issues that hopefully we address again, regardless of whether something happens there or not. Big focus since last meeting was discussions at Recalc and what's happening in terms of a senior community center and all those activities. The biggest and best thing that I want to say is that there is a survey that we are hoping every town resident would be willing to fill out. You should have received a yellow postcard about it, and if you have multiple voters in your home, you probably got multiple postcards. And we really would like you to fill out that survey. If you can do it online, that's the best. If you can't, there are paper surveys at the Pleasant Street Center, I believe also at the library, maybe even right here at Town Hall. If not, there will be in a moment. There are already, which is great. You can get to the survey going to the town website, the homepage, and it's right there on the front page. And what we're trying to do is get input from the community about the needs, wants related to senior/community center. There is also a lot of discussion going on because on September 19th, is that the close of the second RFP?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we had issued one RFP looking at downtown space opportunities to possibly rent or lease. We since have issued a second RFP asking for people that might have an interest in properties in the downtown area that the town might be able to use for senior center activities. We did get one response to the first RFP. We will on the 19th hopefully have other responses to the second RFP, which would be great. There are discussions that are ongoing about what sort of possibilities would happen, what sort of changes would be needed in locations to make them appropriate, appealing, and meeting the needs of the community. Those will be ongoing. It may accelerate a little bit in the later September timeframe. And we'll keep the community apprised of what those options are, how the board is viewing it. If it were to be a discussion related to price and things like that, obviously that would be happening in executive session so as not to bias the town's position in those activities. But some people have commented that they've heard of different things, and there are discussions going on, Recalc, Council on Aging, town staff, all very engaged in discussions of what that might look like. What we'd really like to do is get people to fill out that survey as soon as possible. The closing date is end of September, I think. But if you could do it sooner, that would be even better, because we'd like to have as much of that input available to us in case we need to make some decisions sooner than that. And that's really the singular focus there. So with that, I turn it to you, Fidel.
All right, thank you. Just like the delegation, the elections last week went flawlessly. Turnout was 25.3, and a large portion of that was the mail-in ballots. So we definitely saw a lot of benefits of that change in the law. So tonight we're very excited to finally hopefully have a vote on the personnel policies. We have been working on those for 6 months, and quite a bit of time and effort has been put up to it. So we're starting to begin the prep for town meeting in November. In the packet, you'll see a preview of the warrant. I will be adding a warrant article to it of a placeholder for the green communities item should the legislation pass. And obviously it is up to a select board if the warrant as presented goes to town meeting. Wanted to make a little plug for Financial Forum, September 21st at 7 p.m. We're holding 2 financial forums. One is on the 21st, and the second one is on the 26th of October. On this financial forum, Sean Cronin is coming to present. He is the Deputy Commissioner of DOR, so he obviously has a lot of expertise in finance. Also wanted to mention that the select board asked for an update on the water tank, and in the packet, Ryan Percival, our town engineer, has included a very detailed memo, as well as the project schedule for that project. Ryan is confident that the water tank is going to be fully finished by July of 2023. So one of the articles in the town meeting warrant is to request that town meeting authorize the select board to enter into long-term leases for carriers that would go into that tank. The new tank has the ability to have 4 carriers, and we believe that it is going to significantly help our issues with coverage. And just the last point, the housing production plan is going to issue a survey of their own. That should be hitting homes in the next couple of weeks. So please be on the lookout for that survey as well.
One quick clarification, I think that they're gonna, we'll put the towers onto the tank as opposed to into the tank.
Correct. On.
Cool, very good. Okay, so I think we move now to public hearing. Chris, do you have the public hearing notice?
I sure do. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the select board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on September 13th, 2022 at 7 p.m. in the select board meeting room, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and remotely via Zoom to discuss and vote on the town of Reading's personnel policies. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be available in the select board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 6 p.m. on September 13th, 2022 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us by order of Fidel Maltez, Town Manager.
Chris. So the public hearing is open. Do we want to have is there any presentation first, or do we go right into comments?
Ready to comment. I mean, we essentially presented in the last meeting, and not significant changes have been made.
Okay, great. So anyone that would like to speak on the public hearing related to the personnel policies? No one in the room. Caitlin, anyone online that would like to speak?
I'm not seeing anyone.
All right, there was, I had one question that I spoke to Fidel about, and again, apologies, I wasn't able to attend the last meeting, but it related to the, is it the complaint procedure?
That's right.
So complaints are filed, it didn't look like, Human Resources was actually, required to be engaged in the process, and in particular, if it goes from a department head to the next level. And, Phil and Sean addressed that with Labor Council, and there's a slight modification so that HR is now included in the escalation process. Nothing else from the public, so any last chance on hands online? In the room? All right, we have a motion to close the hearing.
Yep, move to close the hearing regarding the personnel policies.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Discussion? None appearing. All those in favor of closing the hearing? Opposed? We are 5-0. Okay, board questions or comments related to the policy?
Well said.
Great, all right, we have a motion.
Move to approve the changes made to the personnel policies as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Okay, Chris?
I just want to thank Sean and everyone else that worked on this. When I met with him, like I mentioned earlier with Matt at the prior meeting, unfortunately you couldn't be there, Mark. Just seeing the amount of strike-throughs and cross-outs, I've never seen really anything like that in my life. So it shows that they did really put a long time into producing this, and I'm happy to see where it is today. So thank you to them.
Any other questions, comments? All right, so all those in favor of accepting the new town personnel policy, please raise your hand. Opposed? We are 5-0. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, team.
Hey, Sean.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, in fact, do you want to take 2 minutes?
Yep, that'd be great.
Why don't can we take kind of a 5-minute recess?
We're on time.
Okay, so we'll be recessed for 5 minutes. We're back in session. All right, next on our agenda, discuss and vote on RAC recommendations for Arpa spending. Mary Ann, are you on Zoom? Mary Ann Downing, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I was just unmuting.
Hi there. Yep, sorry for jumping the gun. Okay, so actually, there are 5 distinct items, and the RAC committee voted on each of the 5. So why don't we go through them kind of in order on here. So the first item on the agenda here, Mary Ann, relates to phase 1 of the Birch Meadow project.
Right, and at our meeting on September 6, 2022, RAC voted 8-0 in support of $1.5 million for phase 1 of the Birch Meadow project. And I think the select board packet has, I think on page, right after this the policy, like what it is, page 37.
Great, thanks.
Do you want me to go through all the votes at once or one at a time?
Let me just ask board members what they prefer on that. Would you prefer we do one at a time? Would you prefer that we have Mary Ann go through all of them? We see the whole plate of the 5 first. Any preferences?
I'm fine with her just going through it now while she's there, but
Yeah, it's in the packet, I mean, whatever.
Right.
I think it's-
Okay, Mary Ann, please, let's go through them.
Yeah, no, and I wrote them down in order. So I gave you the Birch Meadow, and then number 2, at the same meeting on September 6th, the board voted 8-0 in support of $91,600 for YMCA, adaptive swimming, and really it is also other adaptive programs. Swimming is just there, but as overseen by the rec committee. So that was a specific vote. Probably Chris and Mark can further explain that. On number 3, this is the only
Mary Ann,
non-unanimous vote.
Mary Ann, can you hang on just for 1 second? There was a typo, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I mistranscribed the amount on the agenda. Was it 91.6 or was it 96.1?
Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I think it's 96-1.
Correct.
So you'll have to, because I'm like reading the agenda on one computer screen,
Yep.
but I have my notes from the meeting, and I think it was 96-1. You're right.
That's right.
And that corresponds
That's
to
my
what's in the
bad.
packet
Sorry.
also.
That is absolutely the back.
Right. That's what's in the packet. I'm trying to like scroll and read at the same time. So that was another unanimous vote. The next vote was the only non-unanimous, but it still prevailed. We voted 7-1 for $13,500 for the Historical Commission. For vote number 4, it was an 8-0 vote, again on September 6th, for an additional $22,500 for the Conservation Commission. You may recall, I think a month or so ago, we voted an initial amount of $4,000 that you doubled for $8,000 for surveying property for the Conservation Commission. So this is kind of the rest of their ask, which we were pleased to support. And the last one we have for you today is an 8-0 vote, which we took to support $46,200 for the Reading Food Pantry. So it got slightly modified from what was in the request that is in your packet, I think at page, it's right, page 63, where they had wanted $84,600. Basically, the board just went for 1 year of inflation-adjusted gift cards, not 3 years. So that's why that number is a little lower. We figured if we leave some money in reserve, if there's still an issue in another year, you guys can always allocate it again. And so that's that.
Thanks, Mary Ann. Just to clarify a little bit for board members, as Mary Ann said, most of these were the numbers that were requested by the groups. So the Birch Meadow $1.5 million is as requested. The Y at $96,100 for adaptive programming for children and adults with disabilities is as requested. Historical Commission for the archiving of materials, $13,500 as requested. Conservation, we had already approved $10,000 for land surveys at a previous meeting. So there's a new $22,500. Bear Meadow at $10,000, invasive species at $10,000, and a bike rack at Matera Cabin to encourage cycling at $2,500. That's the $22,500. And just clarifying, Mary Ann, you're exactly right on the food pantry. The way the numbers work out is 1 year of gift cards would be $19,200. 2 refrigerators would be $12,000. The space consultant to survey their needs in layouts and storage capabilities would be $15,000 for a total of $46,200. So that's how those laid out.
So just so the board knows too, we have one more meeting left, and that's not absolutely rigid, but that's just what we have planned because we understand RAC is supposed to sunset in October. So I tentatively have October 12th, which is kind of in between the 2 financial forums and other meetings. And we have approximately 1.917 million left to allocate. And the remaining large requests are the premium pay for essential workers, any additional money towards water and sewer expenses, and then there's a few private groups like the Rotary and the Chamber, and another request came in from a church, some smaller ones. So those will be the focus of our last meeting, and then we will come to you with the rest of the whatever we turn up from that.
And some board members have put in some individual requests that weren't brought through a group separately that can also be potentially on there. So-
Do you mean select board members, or what do you mean?
Well,
RAC.
a RAC member.
Oh, committee members,
Yes,
okay.
yeah, there were a few members that had a few items. Some of them were removed from the list, some of them are still on the list, but they're, Mary Ann's highlighted the ones where there seems to be the most discussion at this point.
Yeah, I think like there's like, Mark, you had like you talked about, I think 500K for affordable housing. I don't know if the board, I can't remember if we voted on that. I don't know that there
We
was
did not.
necessarily support. Chris had the food truck, which we thought maybe wasn't baked enough to be a request that the board would take something on. A couple of us thought maybe we should leave some money in reserve depending on what the pandemic does. And then there was also discussion that money already allocated to the Board of Health, which hasn't been spent. We're not spending it yet, but there's a potential for money to come back. So it's not like we have to allocate every penny. By the end of this, there could be 100, 200K that hasn't been spent that the select board can then make the best decisions on. And circumstances may change in a year or two. Maybe we'll, like RAC discussed, maybe the food pantry needs more money, or maybe another group has needs.
There's also the, I think it was my item as well, the potential of $1 million toward capital for the senior center. There's another potential item that could be on the list. Okay, so with that.
We didn't take a vote on that.
Correct, did not. Correct. Board members, comments, questions? Chris?
I'll get the joking out of the way. Can we just extend Birch Meadow again or something like? No, just to see, like I joked that Jenna started here as an intern for Birch Meadow, and then to see it finishing, I thought she would have been taking over Fidel's job by the time this was done. So, I mean, we still have a couple minutes if this is going to happen or not, but just to see that entire area over there. As you know, I live right next to Birch Meadow, and just the area is highly utilized. I know Jackie had mentioned that earlier. It's and someone else mentioned from CPDC that it's the crown jewel of Reading for the most part, other than obviously the town common and whatnot. But that area is massively utilized over there, nonstop. The Saturday night lights that Carlo mentioned, etc. It's just everything is over at Birch Meadow. And to see this being approved upon is just going to be another massive win for the town. Obviously, the YMCA adaptive swimming, I ended up speaking with one of the residents that was also impacted by this, ironically, at the senior center. And I could just get the sense that ultimately they were relieved to see something happening. In a time of uncertainty and having to worry about XYZ, I mean, the last thing you want is to be worrying about something else. And I got a real sense that out of everything that we've approved for RAC, this $96,000 is going to be one of the more important things for our community. And it's one of the relatively low ones as well. the Historical Commission, I said they're my home away from home when I started on the select board, et cetera. They still will be, and I was happy to support them, just kind of scanning and getting our history preserved and whatnot for the future generations ahead, you know what I mean? It's a nominal figure, 13,500, but just seeing that, you know, what's gonna take place with the pictures in here and everything else, it's good to see. Conservation Commission, I differed on the bike rack at Matera, but, you know, we'll see how it goes up there. Like I said, just like the electric charging stations, I drive by Matera twice a day. So I'll see how many people are biking there.
We're gonna get you on your bike.
Yes. And then, yes, the food pantry, once again, I differed on the space consultant, because like I said, they have to move anyway. They have a ton of stuff in there. They're doing a lot of good for the town. Maybe something will open up here in the future. We'll see how that goes, but I'm very happy to see at least a year's worth of pandemic relief for the gift cards. It's, you know, and then obviously the freezers as well, because they gotta keep this stuff as it comes in, it's gotta go somewhere. And to be using, you know, standard refrigerators is just ridiculous, so. No, like I said, I'm very happy to have worked with, you know, Mary Ann. I know this isn't the end, but just the entire process and everything, and just seeing the differences that we're making, I really don't think people can appreciate the effect that this is gonna have, you know what I mean? It's not water like North Reading did. They gave all their money to water. We gave some to that, some to this. We had a process, we're following it, and I'm just very proud to have been part of it. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris. If I could just add briefly on some members of the committee, myself included, had some questions on the program at the Y, not what it's doing, but to hope that there was some sustainability with it, including training of staff, and the ability to think of this as a longer term activity because it's a longer term need. And I think John Fudo and the Y team and the committee involved in that stepped up and responded to those questions, and came up with what's a really good plan. So I appreciate that. Other questions, comments? Okay.
Just a quick one. So my daughter was tiny and we went to Imagination Station. And so she's now 22. So a whole generation of children have grown up with like a nasty parking lot. So I just can't tell you how excited I am to vote on these ARPA items tonight. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's a good bunch.
Okay. All right. Yeah, likewise, I've since I first moved here, I've been hearing about plans for Birch Meadow. I'm glad to see all the efforts there. I do hope that as we move ahead and think about the RAC's further recommendations on the remaining items, that we can come away from that process with just to lay it out there, some premium pay, and that, our analysis remaining there takes into account that need across our essential frontline workers, whether teachers or public safety. That being said, I know Birch Meadow's a long time coming, and it's great to be able to use this federal money for that. Likewise, I think the Historical Commission, Conservation Commission, and Food Pantry items are well worth, the ARPA spend. And thank you to staff and the volunteers for briefing all of us well in advance of that. Thank you to Marianne and the RAC for all your work on that. And I should say also, I've been following the attempt at kind of an algebraic formula to take into account length of service and the kinds of service that our frontline workers performed during those early days of quarantine in a way that is fair and thoughtful and equitable too. And so I'm looking forward to voting on that. I think it's one of the most important things, and if I remember correctly, one of the first things we heard from our town staff. One last item is I'll need to recuse from myself from the YMCA vote because I'm a part-time employee at the Y. Thanks.
Carl?
Yeah, I guess without 1.9 something left, why are we all doing this together, I guess is question number one. You know, not knowing 1.9 is, you know, a lot of money, and it doesn't seem to be decided yet clearly on, you know, $500,000 here, $500,000 here, whatever. Let's just call it $500,000 times 4, you know, to make it easy. So I'm guessing from the Mary Ann, or the perspective of you two that are on the committee, why are we being presented with these 5 now, not knowing what the last allocation is going to be?
Sure. Start from my side, I think that there was a very broad agreement on the items that we have here, and some more discussion and disparities involved in the last few items. And so the reason for bringing these forward was, I guess, the power of the number of people who were interested, kind of the passion of the folks that spoke on them, and to bring them forward. And also realizing that there's still a substantial amount of money left. And you know, to your point, there's some big issues to deal with. And you know, by 10:30 in the evening, that wasn't the time to start the discussion on the last 2 items.
Right. Well,
Tristan?
Yeah, I guess, Carla, the biggest thing is when you see 1.9, but then the water, so it's water premium pay and then a couple of the smaller items. So the water average-ish is around $1 million from all the RAC members. The premium pay is $680-ish from all the members, if you take out the average. And then you have a couple, like Marion mentioned, the church, a couple other $30-ish thousand things. So there's still a buffer in there based upon the remainder that's left, other than Mark and I's kind of ideas that we have for ourselves, kind of, not ourselves, but our own takes on things that, you know, the full committee was not supporting. This is essentially what's left. So if we approved everything the way that it is with the averages that remain, we'd still have money left over. If Mary Ann can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we'd have like $200,000 left or something. And then other money might be coming back on various avenues and whatnot, but until it does, that's not guaranteed, so.
And just to add, at the end of the day, it's up to this board
Yeah.
in terms of what the actual allocations are going to be. So RAC makes recommendations, but this board makes the decisions.
right, but once we vote on this, we close this out.
Yes,
We're not going backwards and saying,
correct.
okay, premium pay didn't get enough, water didn't get enough, let's take away from X, Y, Z.
Correct.
That's what I mean. I know I understood the COVID stuff and other expenditures that we did, you know, months ago that were timely, of timeliness. This one doesn't seem to be of timeliness per se, but I get it. You guys have flushed this out, and so you want to move forward. And the only thing is, I guess, on number 5, I kind of agree with Chris when I saw it on there for the, you know, $15,000. Just throw that away. I mean, you know, give it to the people that need it for space. It's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. They know what they need. And if you have to spend $15,000 to say we need a bigger space, I don't know. I just that money should be used for the people in need, not for a consultant. So if I were to vote on this, I would want to take that out. As far as, you know, I want to support the Ready Food Pantry, but I think that at this time, it should go all to the needs of the food pantry now, or be taken out. You know, if I had a vote on including that 15,000, that's the only issue. I don't want to call it an issue. Only concern I have that can be put to better use.
I think Chris and I actually can address both sides of this issue.
Yeah. For my part, yes, I agree the 15,000 seems outrageous, et cetera. I know that it's easy to say just move and call it a day, so I understand. I also made the point that I would rather give another year's worth of gift cards, which is actually more than $15,000 in place of that. But once again, it's not just up to me. The full committee hashed out all of these things, and I understand that we're the ultimate final say in this, but you know, I went into it with the spirit of thinking I was doing solar projects at the high school. That wasn't even a twinkle in any of this committee's eyes that when it all flushed out. So I mean, the way that I am with this is that, this is what the committee agreed with. It was all ironed out and I'm fully supporting it now, so.
Let me give you kind of the pro on the space. So they don't have adequate space. They don't know how best to utilize the space. They don't know if other space should be considered. So the notion of a consultant would be to help them literally go through those activities. If they're going to be in the same space or similar space, how do they configure it to meet their needs? They can't just add a refrigerator and be done. It's much more complicated than that. It may be that they have to be in a different either space or location. They need help figuring out how that should work. Potentially even someone who specializes in this area that could come in. Is 15,000 the exact right number? Don't know at all. But I think it's a substantial sum, and I think it's a need that is not otherwise going to be addressed. If they need new space, it probably is going to require fundraising as an activity also, and to have a more fleshed out plan, I think is going to make the fundraising effort much easier to do. And I don't mean the town raising funds for them, it would be private.
Right. I mean, don't they have their own group of volunteers? I mean, has anyone reached out? Is anyone an architect? Is anyone no CAD or?
So this came to us from their committee.
From their
From the
committee?
food pantry.
Okay, from
Asking that we support this activity by getting some expertise.
Okay, so there was no one on that committee that has this expertise?
Right, but I think to your point, they should scour the community and see who they can find that might be able to help them in this process.
For free?
For free or recommend the
Yeah.
right person.
Okay. Yeah, I still don't like it, but I get it. I mean, it's just, I don't know, the consulting game is pretty crazy with municipalities. I'm really telling you, it's anyway, yeah, that's I was planning after those other allocations that we did that we were gonna vote on this all at once, but I totally understand because I've been watching some of the meetings. And I know you guys have been working hard and I've had a lot of late meetings, so I'm not gonna get in anyone's way. But I guess, it's on the record that I don't agree with the 15,000, I guess, so.
Any other last comments?
No, I was just thinking, so I know their initial request on the ready was for actual construction at a,
Big number.
yeah,
It's a big number.
and we have a number of organizations like this in town, and we're not gonna be able to do the same for everyone, so I was glad that came off the request. One good thing that might come out of this is, we had the delegation in here, and they're hopefully getting an earmark. If they've got a shovel-ready design and a plan, maybe we can work with them further, something more professional to really get them where they need to be, once they figure out where they need to be, so.
Great point. I'm just worried that this might not be professional. I don't know. Is it gonna be,
I think that.
that's what I'm worried about is that, okay, we found a space over at Walkersbrook. There you go. Have at it.
Yeah,
You know?
so I think everyone is being very responsible and thinking about any allocation of funds that they get. If they don't need the funds, that they plan to return them, starting
Right.
with the schools, with all the other activities also. So I believe that the town volunteers have that in mind as, it's not a, hey, let's go have fun, it's, hey, let's answer our needs.
No, and I agree. And Karen just made a really good point that if there's a plan with 2,000 square feet, whatever, 4,000 square feet, here's how it's gonna look and flow, and there's parking, and then we get money, as they said, that it's in the pipeline already, from what I heard. But I don't know if this fits that, but I guess I won't know, that's what,
So,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
We're not hiring an architect.
yeah,
I can be a space consultant. I mean, realistically, it's,
yeah, I think the reality is they are in the best position to assess what their needs are, and I am sure that given the character of the folks involved, they'll figure out the right thing to do. In some cases, we started out with the why, suggesting that there be, overseen by the rec committee is actually a pullback pretty far from some of the discussions we had in terms of, no, you're gonna do this, and you're gonna do this, and you're gonna do that. And we realized maybe that's just over managing. And people, I think, understand what's required and will do a really good job. To the penny, but I
No,
don't
not
think
to the
that there's
penny.
some, there's nobody that's
just,
getting a fat
yeah,
ball of
no,
it.
you know, since I've been doing this, you know, I've heard the word consultant a lot in various aspects of
Usually it's $50,000.
of town government,
ringing your
right,
bell?
and you know, again, we're all volunteers, we all work, have families, but I get concerned when I hear that, you know, and it didn't say architect, it didn't say, not even engineer, but, you know, it's space consultant, what does it even mean? You know, so that's all, I know they'll be responsible, but
I
hopefully.
think we can speak to them now, because I'm sure they're watching, in terms of what
Yeah, I
our
hope so,
expectations are.
I hope so, that's all, I just, you know, Reading Food Pantry serves a lot of families in town. And, you know, every penny counts, I think, especially with things costing more. So.
And I'm hoping that they find some interesting options in terms of space, you know, whether it's from things that we're able to help with, or privately, or both.
Right.
Yeah, if I just could, it's the same thing, hopefully the space consultant costs $5,000 or whatever, then they can put $10,000 into the gift cards and, or maybe a little bit better freezer, or, sorry, refrigerator, et cetera. But I did wanna mention the YMCA thing again, that I was kind of harping on, just having the list open for Reading residents for like 2 weeks. I don't see it mentioned here. Hopefully, John and the Y end up adhering to keeping it open to Reading residents only for 2 weeks, and then closing it and then allowing everyone else to come in after the fact. Because it was discussed that if a class can't be filled, and there's 4 kids, I believe, is the class size, and there's only 3, we're not gonna just say it can't have Wakefield in here kind of thing. We wanna have as much kids as possible to build that relationship and community, et cetera, so everyone just gets to, you know, just feel like they belong and whatnot. So hopefully, I'm sure they're gonna do the right thing after tonight. Everyone will.
All good? All right, why don't we go through them one at a time, and that way, on the second item, Jackie, you can not participate in the vote. Is that all right, Chris?
Yep, that works.
So
Good.
you're gonna start with number
Yep.
1?
Yep, move to approve 1.5 million in ARPA funds for phase 1 of the Birch Meadow as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen, any discussion? Let's take a vote, all those in favor? Opposed, 5-0. Let me go through this.
Everybody drink.
All right.
All right, second item, corrected to 96,100.
As amended.
So actually, it's wrong in the agenda, but it's right in the packet.
Right,
Sorry, it's right,
your
not
motion
right.
is right,
So mine as presented is correct.
yes, correct.
Right.
Okay.
So what was it?
Move to approve 96,100 in ARPA funds for YMCA adaptive swimming overseen by the Recreation Committee as presented.
Second.
Thanks, Karen, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? So we are 4-0-1 on the second motion. Third motion, please?
Yep, move to approve 13,500 in ARPA funds for the Historical Commission as presented.
Second.
Thanks, Karen, any discussion? Take a vote, all those in favor? Opposed? We are 5-0. And now conservation, please.
Yep, move to approve 22,500 in ARPA funds for the Conservation Commission as presented.
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any discussion? Take a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 5-0. And the fifth.
Move to approve 46,200 in ARPA funds for the Reading Food Pantry as presented.
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any discussion? None appearing. Let's take a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? We are 5-0 for the food pantry.
Mr. Chair, could I have a?
Would you like to take a drink?
I'd like, could I just thank the ARPA committee? Could I just congratulate Reading? I'd just like to I went to a lot of those meetings this summer. You worked really hard. I gave up part of my vacation with Mark, figuring out what we thought this committee might look like. It's been a long road getting here. I'm really happy with all we've accomplished tonight, and thank you, Jenna, thank you to the Recreation Committee. Thank you to everybody, and cheers to us all and celebrate. We're making good progress on the Arpa stuff, so.
Non-alcoholic,
It's not
everybody, it's
alcoholic.
Correct, non-alcoholic.
It's not alcoholic, guys.
There,
It's healthy.
this is not the Oktoberfest.
I really wanted to get the alcoholic stuff, but you know.
No.
Good one.
Thank you.
Marian's still on there. You'll just have to have a virtual.
Yeah, we're not, I'll drink virtually, but we're not done yet. I'll
you.
show up for the last allocation and
This
have
is true, it's true. You're not done yet, I understand.
I'll bring a bigger
But the worst
bottle.
is yet to come, we're warning you.
Thanks for joining tonight, Mary Ann. Appreciate it.
Okay, good night. I didn't know it was a time for celebration, but I'm sure, I'm very happy for the Y and the food pantry and the trees, everything that's getting
The trees.
good use of the money.
All right, thank you. Let's move to a preview of the warrant for November town meeting. Adele, I'll hand that to you.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
So much,
Night.
Thanks,
guys.
folks. Thanks for coming tonight.
Kaylin, would you mind opening the warrant on the screen?
Should've gone.
Thank you.
You have to do the warrant now.
So there are 22 articles in the warrant that is on the packet. There will now be 23 articles. I'll move through them kind of quickly. So Article 1 and they begin on page 65 of the packet. Article 1 is one that is shown on every warrant is essentially reports. I spoke to Alan about this. We would like to request that three groups report out in writing, not verbally. But Alan said that there is a tradition also of the superintendent giving state of the schools in the fall as well, so that will happen verbally. So the Killam School Building Committee, the Arpa Committee, and the Recalc Committee report outs in writing. Article 2 is essentially for instructional motions. That article is tabled until the last night. Article 3 is an article that shows up in every town warrant, and it is for us to modify the capital improvement plan. There are a few major changes that I wanted to point out. So the first one is that we are going to request $80,000 for Reading PD to replace their firearms. These are not extra firearms; they are the pistols that are issued as part of employment. That is something obviously that is required. The last time that it was done was 12 years ago. Christina Mendola jokingly said that the last time they were replaced was when she got hired on the force. What is happening basically is the firearms are reaching their end of life. They can no longer find parts, and they're outdated. So the chief of police will give a very quick overview in town meeting, but it is something that we feel like it's required. We are also adding $60,000 to replace the surface at Sturgis Park for the tennis court and for the basketball courts. They're old. They're pretty tired. A few of them actually have cracks on them that they got to be done. We are also going to request an additional $500,000 in bonding to get additional funding for the Parker Middle School roof. Town meeting authorized $2.7 million a year ago, but with the inflation, what it is, Joe Huggins feels like that number is still not going to be enough. And there's a slew of changes in FY24, but Sharon, department heads, and myself have really tried to balance out the capital plan for FY24 and on. Jumping to Article 4. Thanks, Kaylin. We are this article is essentially there for at every town meeting, and it is for modifications to the FY23 operating budget. You know, we can go through these, but they seem rather clerical in nature. One change that I did want to highlight to the select board, which is not here, is that as you recall, we conducted a pay class study, and Bob inserted $85,000 in the operating budget to fund that initial phase of the pay class study. So in order to access those funds, we need to move them around, essentially from where they are today to the salary lines of each department. I am presenting the results of the pay class study to department heads on Monday, and we hope to come to the select board on your meeting on October 11th with the consultant to formally present the results of the pay class study. Article 5 is to pay for any prior year's bills. As of right now, we have none, so we expect that item to be tabled. Article 6 is one that we have talked about quite substantially, and it is the modifications that are required for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So just to kind of bring back what's happening, we need to request that town meeting authorize essentially 5 actions as part of this article. The first is to submit a home rule petition to repeal the act from 2001. And again, I spoke to the state delegation about this. We don't think that it's controversial. So action 1 is to repeal the act from 2001. Action 2 is to adopt Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 55C, and to establish a new fund. Action 3 is to adopt the bylaw, which we have covered in front of the select board on several prior meetings. Action 4 is to amend essentially the term of office section of our bylaws, and the final action is for town meeting to authorize the Reading Affordable Housing Trust Fund to become an entity. So we, I feel like we've been talking about this article for a few months now. If you recall, select board member Mark Carthy took a lead on drafting a few changes with town council. We presented it to the Reading Housing Authority, and I feel confident that we're in a good place with it. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
No.
Article 7, if you scroll down, it is the article for the Killam School. The text of the article it is very technical in nature. It was drafted by town council and has been approved by the MSBA. The highlight of it is that this officially requests $2.2 million from free cash in order to fund the feasibility study for the Killam School. The school committee, as you all know, had a public hearing last Thursday, and the school committee is voting officially to recommend this article on their meeting this Thursday, the 15th. Article 8 is an article that I mentioned earlier. Essentially, the water tank is going to be done in July of 2023. We would like to issue an RFP to put up to 4 carriers on the water tank. And we feel that it's going to be a huge benefit to the town. One is, of course, a financial benefit. We estimate that we're going to be getting about $150,000 in revenue every year. Of course, it's an RFP, it's going to be advertised, and it depends on the responses. But what we are hearing in the market is that that's what we think we're going to get, and that's really exciting because it will pay for almost half of the debt cost of the water tank. So that's a pretty good deal. In addition, and I know that we have another item on the agenda tonight. We feel very strongly that Verizon is going to respond to this RFP, and Verizon is going to go on the water tank, which wasn't the case previously. Article 9 is a home rule petition to extend our senior tax exemption for another 3 years. If you recall, this senior tax exemption was first authorized by town meeting in 2016. It was reauthorized in 2019, and now we are asking for another 3-year extension that would take us up to, I guess, 2026. The article and the language is exactly the same as was approved by town meeting in 2019.
Quick question, Mr. Chair. So we heard from the delegation tonight, so I guess we could just update it. Is it gonna impact this? We approved this in the fall, they changed something, we just come back to town meeting and fix it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Article 10 is a request from our assessor. Essentially, it's for town meeting to adopt clause 56 of section 5 of chapter 59 of Mass General Law, which essentially allows active duty members of the National Guard to access property tax abatement. Article 11 is another act that we have talked about before, and it is a home rule petition to extend the Board of Health membership from 3 members to 5 members. In the at a prior meeting, the Board of Health came to the select board and really advocated for this. I feel like this article shouldn't be controversial. The Board of Health has 5 members already, but 2 of them are associates and not voting. So yeah, I feel like this one should be okay. Article 12 is a request from the Board of Cemetery Trustees, and it is to insert a new section of the bylaw banning dogs in the cemeteries. The cemeteries have their own rules, and dogs are already banned. So it's not a new practice. In fact, it's something that has been in place for a long time, and there's signage in place everywhere. But the Board of Cemetery Trustees felt that incorporating this into the bylaws of the town would codify it a bit more.
Can I suggest, I've been kind of making notes about a pile of questions. I'm wondering if we should let it all kind of run through and then we can see where folks have questions. Is that all right?
Article 13 is a home rule petition. As I shared with the select board, our assistant fire chief, is 65. He turns 65 in February 29th, 2023. And Mass General Law, Chapter 32, has mandatory retirement for police and fire at 65. He is requesting to stay for 1 more year. This home rule petition would be to have him remain in the position of assistant chief for 1 more year. We feel that because it is an administrative position, it's not a direct line position that is physical in nature. It is, it's not detrimental to the body. And Section B of the home rule petition clarifies that the assistant chief will not get any further benefits towards his retirement. Essentially, his retirement is capped, as though he would have retired at 65. So this is just him, wanting to hang out longer with the fire chief. Why? I'm not sure, but he wants to. Article 14 is a bonding request. This one is for the loans that the MWRA has every year, 10-year interest-free loans. We have 1.56 available, and as select board member Haley said, if it's available, let's get it. It's interest-free. Obviously, in order to pursue it, we need authorization for town meeting. Article 15 is a request to borrow $1 million. It's in the capital plan for FY24 already, or it has been for a long time, for the Malleus Sons Morgan system. We are going to request this authorization, but should we get the 1.5 million federal earmark, we will not need to borrow it. So fingers crossed that will go through, because we will not need to borrow these funds if the earmark comes through. With the schedule of the MVP grant that we got, we need to provide a 25% match of the grant. So we do want to get this in front of town meeting for authorization, but we are going to hold the borrowing until we hear of the earmark. Article 16 is a request to borrow $750,000 to start the design, the street roadway design on Haven Street. The engineering department has been working on a re-envisioning of Haven Street for some time. We took it to a 25% design. We now want to take it to 100% design, really specifically to target MassWorks in the spring. So MassWorks is huge infrastructure grant, typically granting between $3 and $5 million, but they require projects that are fully designed and shovel ready. So by funding this, funding the design for town meeting, we will be able to apply for MassWorks in the spring. And of course on Haven Street, there is a $3.75 million earmark in the transportation bond bill as well. So should we get MassWorks and this earmark, we will get Haven Street fully paid for. Of course, that's a lot of ifs, but we're hopeful. Article 17 is $500,000 for the Parker Middle School roof, which I explained earlier, and is part of Article 3. Article 18 is basically the state provides an incentive for every 40R project. We have requested a reimbursement for the last 5 projects, and we received in cash already $414,000 from the state. We have about $500,000 already in the fund, which means that once town meeting approves, basically moving these funds, we will have $900,000 funds to use. The only restriction that the state puts on these funds is that it has to be used for something capital. So it cannot be used for operating. So it could be used for a school, it could be used for a roadway, it could be used for a senior center,
Sewer.
could be used for sewer. Anything capital. Article 19 is a placeholder. We open the responses to the RFP on September 19th. We hope that there is a property that is interesting to for the select board to put in here. If there's no interesting property, this article can be deleted on September 20th. Article 20 is the new bylaw for the banning of polystyrene, which the Climate Action Committee came to the select board to present. We went through it since the last meeting. The Climate Action Committee has met with the bylaw committee. They have also met with town council and have made some changes. So should the select board approve the placement of this article in the town warrant, it is in front of you. Article 21 is the creation of a new trust fund. John Parsons, who was a town meeting member and is very active in the senior center, would like to donate $10,000 to create the Laura S. Parsons Fund. And essentially, it is a new fund that would go towards programming overseen by the Council of Aging. My understanding is that this is the first trust in over 10 years. So it's excellent. Obviously, we want to recognize Mr. Parsons for his generosity in town meeting. Article 22 is a citizen's petition. It was signed by, I want to say, over 30 residents, which meets the threshold to place it on the town meeting warrant. And it was submitted by Mary Parr. Essentially, what she is requesting is that town meeting require businesses in the downtown, and she calls it the walking district, to shovel the entire sidewalk by 9 a.m. following a snowstorm. And on the warrant, I am not showing Article 23, but it will also be a placeholder, assuming that the green communities legislation is passed by November 14th. That's it. 23 articles.
Okay, so let's go through any questions. Karen, go ahead.
I forgot what it was, come back to me.
Okay. I have actually quite a few.
Yeah, let's get started, it's like 9:30.
Yeah, so on Article 6, related to the housing trust, the question about moving money from the existing fund to the future, I know is a separate item, but I just want to understand how that fits with the article.
Yes, so that is in order for us to move the money, we need approval from the legislature, and that is part of the home rule petition already.
Got it.
It's already built in.
Got it, you got me covered. Okay, Article 8, the revenue. So I had thought that the revenue per carrier is in the $50,000 per year range. It certainly has been in the past. And if we actually go to 4 carriers, that would be more like 200 grand instead of 150.
Let's hope you're right.
Yeah, so I would want to see how we can make that happen.
Sure.
In progress.
Okay, Article 9, Karen addressed the new circuit breaker. Article 10, this one is kind of across the bow a little bit. I'm not sure where that comes from. It was specific to National Guard. Why? Or why not other armed forces where people are serving abroad? Or I didn't understand. So this is the first time we've seen it, and boom, that stuck out to me as, whoops, why are we doing it this way?
Sure. My understanding is that this is a new law, and the National Guard was not included before. I will clarify with our assessor.
Please, yeah, that would help. It would seem to be It's strangely singular?
Yep, absolutely.
Sorry, that was a weird way of saying that.
You see, the way Fidel's mentioned, excuse me, it's in addition to.
Yes, I just want to make sure that's the case.
That's my
So Victor-
understanding, but I'll-
Victor can address that.
I'll clarify
Okay.
with
And
our
I
assessor.
went to maybe check with the veteran service officer, I attended Scuttlebutt, and there's been a lot of talk about how veterans benefits, like the reservists are treated differently, and there have been gaps in the coverage, so maybe this is an
Maybe that's
attempt to
exactly what
correct
it is. That would be
So
great.
he might be able to give you some background as well.
Super. As I listened to Articles 16 and 18, could you create, or do you already have, a list of projects underway, grants that we have town meeting authorization to, not to pursue, but to have the authorization to borrow if need be? I think it would be very helpful to understand kind of sources and uses. You may already have this, and maybe we could see it, but I think we see a lot of these things and it says, well, you're not gonna need it if we get the grant, or you're gonna need a 25% match if we get the grant.
Yep.
I don't see how we can manage that, and if there's a document, that would be great, just to understand that. And then I think those articles make a whole lot more sense. Article 17, if you just highlight the total cost or the already approved amount for the Parker Roof project, it's a $500K adder.
500K adder
to
$2.7 million.
2.7, so
$2.7 million.
3.2.
$2.7 million. Yep.
So 2.7 is the new total, or 2.7 plus 500?
2.7 was the amount that was approved in 2021.
So, yikes, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe if I hadn't asked that question, I wouldn't have felt as
You would
bad.
feel a little better.
Yeah.
Blue tarp would be good.
That's, the others are just small issues in wording things. So, thank you. Any other board members, questions, comments? Chris?
Thanks, Mark. So on Article 12, the dog portion, who's gonna end up enforcing the current or the proposed bylaw that's going in there? I mean, is there penalties involved, like, or I guess, how many people have been cited in the past, or what's ever being done with this? It just seems as if it's just gonna happen and the same old is just gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Great questions. I will say that not to give a back out answer, but our charter basically states that if any one of our committees puts forth an article for town meeting, we are required to put it on. So this was an article that was voted on by the entire board of cemetery trustees, and Mr. Bill Brown is on that board, and he pointed out to me the section of the charter, right, that said if any board basically submits an article, it's got to go on. My understanding is that enforcement would fall on the animal control officers. How realistic that is, how often that would happen, how to my understanding, I don't know that we've issued tickets for dogs in the cemetery before. Great questions.
If I may, I just wanna say, I do believe the bylaw committee raised some of the same concerns, and they are still getting on. They gave them some feedback, so I think I heard the same concern.
Great question.
And then on Article 20, obviously the polystyrene, subsequent to that meeting, out of the 8 places that I've managed to eat food in Reading since then, other than fast food, because they're all number ones at this point, the recycling containers for them, 6 out of 8 have polystyrene number 6, which is a staggering number if I keep continuing to scale it out and deciding to eat at other different establishments in Reading. I'm not saying all of their items are polystyrene number 6, but at least one item in 6 out of 8 businesses that I've gone to has it. So I think there has to be a lot of time and effort put into outreach to find out what I'm not a food person, but a lot of outreach has to be done to figure out what these things are. I understand there's alternatives, and believe me, I'm all for an alternative if it makes sense for everybody. But financially, if it doesn't, we don't want to see what happened today end up happening elsewhere in Reading, because it's not a good day what happened earlier, and I don't want to see it replicated. And then Article 22,
Sorry, if I could add, so the Climate Advisory Committee met with Ymca, and a few changes were added that I think not quite mitigate, but at least help. So if you scroll to page 83 of the packet, this is a new item, which essentially states that the enforcement wouldn't begin for another 6 months. And the public health director has the ability to grant 2 waivers. So essentially, the first waiver is for 6 months, and how it's worded is essentially, no harm, no foul, if you will. And then an additional 6-month waiver could be offered for continued infeasibility or hardship. So again, this was the recommendation from town council to hopefully mitigate some of those concerns.
to that point, I say it's all well and good, but the problem is when you're exempting Stop and Shop, Market Basket, etc., but claiming everything in these bullet points that are here, they contradict each other. You can't, I'm not gonna sit here and just argue this to death, but I would just like to see that non-contradicting answers be put into the warrant. Like, believe me, nobody wants anybody in this town to get sick, etc. I agree, but go to Stop and Shop and you won't somehow magically. But then, like I mentioned on Article 22, does the DPW not already do Haven Street?
So what she is requesting, what the resident is requesting, is that the businesses shovel, not the DPW.
Yes, I understand that,
There's
but
rear access or other pathways or whatever.
yeah, I'm just wondering if the DPW was already doing it, I wonder how this arose from something. If I can understand if it wasn't being done to propose something, but if stuff was being done and, COVID and the shortages from snowplows, et cetera, last year is kind of a mulligan at this point. Maybe it wasn't getting done as fast as it typically has been in the past, but I don't want to harp on small businesses, et cetera, and adding extra fees onto things, but snow removal was one of the big things that was in my condo budget on Haven that ended up getting bumped for, like I said, the recycling bin thing as well, because the snow removal went up. You have to make a cut somewhere. We lost the recycling. I argued, like I said, but that's the end of that. So hopefully, like I said, this isn't just another item for everybody, because on Haven Street, one business unfortunately won't have to deal with this, and it's unfortunate. That's all I got on these articles then. Thanks.
Other comments?
So I have to, these are 6s, sorry, but thanks for helping me get rid of them. We're gonna get rid of them and I'm never buying them again, and I appreciate the education the climate committee's doing. I did a little informal research too. I don't like takeout. I love takeout food. I love eating. I don't like all the packaging that comes with it. That I'm having a real problem with it. But 2 out of 2, they're both using 6 and they're clamshells. And they have no idea. They have no idea there's possible carcinogenic. But the feedback I did get from the first one I went to was, this was really funny. Okay, a fact of being in the restaurant business and the takeout business is that every single customer has their own preference for how they want you to bundle up the food. So that's already like a service component that they're in the business of doing. So his comments were, okay, I had no idea. Thank you for coming by. Just give us as much lead time as possible. And to your point from earlier, we are having supply chain issues, so that gets to the as much advance notice as possible. But today I bought a sandwich and it was wrapped in tinfoil, put in a clamshell, and put in a bag. And it's just, there's no need for that. So anyway, just anecdotal research I've been doing.
Thanks, Mark. If I can respond to that, I think COVID obviously exacerbated this situation because everybody went to takeout as opposed to dining in person, et cetera. I think the in-person kind of thing has shifted to more of the takeout which then puts more demand on the entire beast
Supply
that it
chain,
created. Yeah, it's,
Uber Eats, Grubhub.
oh, yeah, believe me.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, so like, I could see where this has been exacerbated. Believe me, I don't want somebody to wrap something 18 times like you mentioned. Doesn't make sense to me, but financially, maybe it does to them. And I'm not in the restaurant business to know what the difference is. I don't claim to be an expert in it. I just know that from the places that I've gone to, when I start seeing these kind of numbers, it doesn't make sense to me that it's gonna be so easy. I understand giving 6 months, et cetera. We don't know what's gonna happen 6, 12 months from now. I mean, it's good to have it in there, I guess, but there's gonna be a time and a place for all of this, I guess. So I'll just cool while I'm ahead.
Yeah, I think part of the issue with this too is that, as was pointed out to me this weekend, many people aren't even aware of number 6 not being recyclable, what it's made out of, and the issues surrounding it. So part of this, I think, has to be an education campaign, as well as the notion of bans and things like that. But the education piece, it maybe needs to get really pushed ahead harder. Maybe this article gets some of that going. Maybe that's the minimum outcome that we get from this, whether it passes or not. Please, Jay.
Yeah, I have a question on maybe substance and then a question on process. So the substance question for Article 18, the Smart Growth Stabilization Fund. You mentioned, Fidel, that the state gives us a certain amount per 40R approval. Just by way of context, has there been any discussion in the past about how to use that money? I mean, it seems like capital is broad, but yeah.
Yeah, we did some research about it. I mean, it's mandated by law, like what it can be used for.
Yep.
And it obviously use requires approval from town meeting. So you know, it is still money that has to be appropriated by town meeting. But so what we're doing essentially is we received the payment from the state. It's sitting in our in our books, and we could close it out to free cash. That's certainly an option, or we could put it towards this kitty, if you will, the Smart Growth Stabilization Fund. We don't get these very often, and it's because we apply for them in chunks. Okay. So the last time that we got some was in 2015, actually.
Okay.
So and we obtained $500,000. So we've got the $500,000 from 2015, and now we got these that are just received now.
Okay.
There is one more that is going to get submitted for, and it is for the projects that are going on now.
Okay, so is it the case then that the 40R, that not every 40R development results in a payment to us? Because I guess the reason I ask is because if we haven't gotten one since 2015 and we've had a number of smart growth developments within the past, since 2015, like is there a dollar figure, or do you know why?
Yeah, we get a payment for every project. So there's a formula based on the size of the project that we do the payment, but we could request we could request for the payment as soon as the building permit is filed, actually. But if that building for some reason were not built, we would have to give it back. So that's why our staff, basically our planning staff, has the practice of waiting until a project is permitted, built, and up and running, and then we file for it. So the this chunk was for about 6 projects, I believe.
Okay. And then a process question is: are we voting on these warrant articles at the next meeting?
We are voting to close the warrant on September 20th.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because I think one of the questions that I had about the polystyrene ban was, can we get from the Climate Advisory Committee some more comprehensive data on the cost comparison. I mean, I know we can do anecdotal, which is important, but I'd love to hear more updated numbers, if not for our next meeting. It certainly would recommend that they do that in their presentation to town meeting. So,
I could ask.
and that's it.
Anything else on the warrant? Kyle?
No, I mean, I was gonna save it for next week, but I agree with Jackie. I mean, I think, and to your point, the education component, and when you're a food establishment, you buy from a couple suppliers usually, right? So one could be solely packaging, one could be food and packaging, most are food and packaging, right? The pizza suppliers supply your pizza boxes, they supply your sauce, your cheese, you know, then your produce guy's your produce guy, your bread guy's your bread guy. It's kind of how it works, right? So depending what your suppliers bring in, that's your choice, that's your selection, okay? You can't, I shouldn't say you can't, it's very hard if all they have is sixes, let's say, right? It's very hard to establish an account which has minimums for delivery to buy a couple of cases of packaging a week. They're not gonna deliver that. It's not financially feasible. So that's one aspect of the problem.
Yep.
Right? And, you know, when I was in the pizza business and, you know, it was takeout, delivery, some eating inside, but not much, mostly takeout and delivery. You know, pizza boxes, sub wrap, foil, you know, clamshells, styrofoam, not styrofoam, whatever. And to your point, all this packaging is to keep the integrity of the food. You know, there's a place that I get Indian that is in like soup containers, then saran wrapped. So if it tips over or whatever, to me that's excessive. But if it spills all over my bag, and then, so there's so much to it that, and like I said last time, I would rather, you know, and it's not their job, but if they're gonna put a ban, to me it is their job to go to every food establishment in this town and say, hey, by the way, number 6 is this, this, and this. They go, do you have alternatives? And they'll go to their supplier and say, hey, what are my other options? And if there are no other options, what are they gonna do? They have to switch suppliers. And that's another, you know, it can be done, but there's not many out there, honestly, suppliers these days. And the minimum's getting higher and higher because fuels, and they add a fuel surcharge for delivery and all this other stuff, and you hope the driver shows up and this and that. And so I'm gonna vote against this article, just to forewarn everybody, just because of that reason. I think an education campaign and maybe April would be more appropriate to put this on the warrant, but I think education is a key part of it. And supply chain is another whole host of issues, what you can get, you know? So.
If I could add, to your point, maybe there's an interim step, which is to provide materials to a lot of the establishments to send to their suppliers and say, hey, the town of Reading is considering a polystyrene ban. I need some alternatives to number 6.
Exactly.
What do you have to offer? And by the way, everybody up and down the street is gonna be asking for the same thing.
Yeah, everyone buys from different suppliers, and you know, you can't just buy, you know, sometimes one pallet of something to bring in a new vendor, right? You have to, you know, so I'm gonna commit to XYZ pallets a month, a year, whatever the case is. So, you know, every week, every couple of weeks, and this is just what I deal with, is they don't have this anymore. They can't get this anymore. Not packaging, stock, whatever it is, sugar, cornstarch, and never mind the cost increases, but they're just out of stock. So they're not getting it from the manufacturer.
Right.
Right, so, you know.
Yeah, you don't have choices right now.
Yeah, it's limited, and so, yeah, I would love an education component, you know, by the way, this is what we're considering, but it's mid-September, and you want the town to vote this in November, I don't think it's fair, in my opinion.
I just wanna let you know that, as I said, I was following this around, sitting in the conversations, with Ymca and with the bylaw committee, so, there is an education component into it. The health department would be taking care of it. And I think it is important to give people lead time, so the education could start immediately if town meeting says yes. And, you know, goes up to the State House, comes down again, but I think Fidel already referenced the fact that we talked about a 6-month delay and then opportunity for a waiver for a business. So, but I wanna answer your concern because
Right.
definitely an education process is part of it, otherwise they don't even know, like.
No, I get it, and that's why I like, there's no urgency for this. To wait till April, we've kicked stuff down the road from much more serious things.
So what would you achieve, also you weren't here last week, but you might have seen the presentation, 37 other communities have done this. We're not leading this
No,
charge,
but
we're
I
not
mean,
gonna be
what-
the first ones. What do you think's gonna be
just like the
accomplished by
kiosk,
kicking it down the road?
Yeah, just like the kiosk debate, I was okay with the kiosk, but I wanted to delay it till everything else was implemented. I'm not saying I will never support this, I'm saying why are we rushing this into November when we can do it in April, make up flyers?
I'm not sure we're rushing it, I mean,
Well, it's a difference of opinions, that's all.
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
So maybe what we could do is provide some additional feedback to Climate Advisory Committee on some of the questions that are coming up, some of the discussion points, reasoning behind it, and see, you know, what they can do. So if there are 37 other communities, there are the same types of vendors in those communities already.
They're all around
How
us.
are they dealing with it? So I think there's probably good information available, and maybe sharing that information helps us evaluate.
And if I could add one thing to that, I would just, for me, the biggest thing is gonna be why does Home Depot, Staples, etc. get to still sell this if it causes potentially cancer, can't be recycled, etc. There has to be a reason to allow them to continue to, other than they can just do it. Because if we truly want to save the environment, protect people from getting potential cancer, etc. in the future, nobody's gonna say they don't wanna do that. But at Home Depot, they don't need to be educated. Staples doesn't need to be educated. Market Basket, Stop and Shop, they don't need to be educated. The only ones who have to be educated are on Haven Street and Main Street, which is, doesn't make sense to me. So I would just, if you can just find out why all of this, like I believe New York completely banned polystyrene, etc. I didn't get more into it to find out if they did do Home Depot, Staples, even Amazon, because half their stuff, even refrigerators have polystyrene in them. I'd like to know if they really, how they, because they went full Chris Haley. They banned like everything. So you have to find out how an entire state was able to do this. And perhaps they're in the waiver phase, et cetera. Maybe there was 6 months, years, whatever they decided to do. But yeah, for me, it's definitely more education. Like nobody's gonna, if you can get an alternative and it's 3 cents less, then I'm getting the alternative. And the other aspect to this too that's not mentioned is there is a ton of non-recyclable stuff that people are still using. All those straws, all the forks and knives and all those packet things that everybody gets that nobody thinks twice about are unrecyclable. But we're not banning those. It seems as if I just opened a can of worms.
6 ones are.
April will end up having banning all of that. But like there's just lots of other things that should be banned before this. I don't know. Like I said.
So,
yeah.
Anything that
Different point, yes, just that, again, you weren't here, and I don't know if everybody watching at home was here, but the Climate Advisory Committee is planning a forum in October. So these are great questions, you won't be the only ones having them. So they are working on that, they committed to do that to us, and I do believe we asked them for cost information at that time too. So we're kind of covering some of the same topics.
No, definitely. I'd love to hear, and like I said, perhaps Carlo. No, I learned Carlo was in the pizza business. I had no clue. So
I was in the pizza
just
business, you know that? I was
You were
in
in
the
the
sandwich and
pizza
pizza
too?
business,
All right.
yeah.
delivery or like
Making it,
DiGiorno.
making it.
DiGiorno. Let's
I love
roll on. Are we
Elio's.
done with the warrant?
Elio's, the
I
square
like pizza, let's talk about pizza.
No, let's talk about the fiscal 24 capital planning process.
All right then.
Let me say, you're always gonna be a Denver.
Hey, sorry, man. Somebody's gonna do it. So,
Maybe if I could kind of open things here, I think that one of the things that I'm interested in is getting more input into how we do the capital plan. And I've heard from a number of residents, why is this here, why is that there, where are they coming from? So our current process now really is that the town manager kind of owns this activity, and obviously he's very well plugged into different things that are going on. Other communities do it a different way. Other communities, Winchester among others, have a capital planning committee. And it's distinct from a finance committee, and it is made up of, it's made up of some citizens, it's made up of board members and different things, and they get involved in helping to think about where some of the priorities are. And what I wanted to kind of bring up to the board is to maybe we should think about something like that, where we can bring more community input, bring more diversity of opinion. And what I mean by that here is if we look at financial forums, the idea there is to bring together the select board, school committee, finance committee, library board of trustees. I think we've invited RMLD on some occasions also, but to kind of get this larger group that's seeing the long-term view and thinking about, okay, what is it that we want to be focused on for capital activities? Obviously, town manager, you're critical in terms of everything that's going on. I don't propose a change or a solution. I think maybe someone might want to kind of explore what this is, how it works in different communities, come back to the board and we can talk about it. That's my suggestion. Any other thoughts? Chris?
I'm always open to more input from various members in the community. So I mean, I don't see an issue as long as things aren't interrupted, you know what I mean? There's lots of good opinions that people might have, so it could provide good input into things that maybe we haven't thought of, so.
I think a good example too, even as we're going through the RAC in the Reading Arpa Advisory Committee, the RAC, as we're talking about some of the different priorities, not everyone is exposed to all the different things going on. We as select board members typically are seeing more, and not all probably, but not everyone is seeing that. I think we need to be thinking in a very holistic context. What are our priorities? What are we trying to do? Which is going to relate to an item, a couple of things down here, which I don't want to jump too far ahead on, which kind of is this idea of a master plan also, is kind of having a roadmap of where it is that we're heading. And I think that the capital planning committee would add a lot of input to that as well. Or at least understand the direction, say, okay, so let's make sure we understand our priorities based on getting on that roadmap. So, sorry, I jumped in. Carl?
No, I have a quick question. Have you asked or familiar with, would a capital planning committee obviously be its own committee, but report to town meeting or report to us and we report to town meeting? Did they have a model in Winchester, how that works?
Do you know the answer?
Yeah,
Oh, great, thanks.
Yeah, so the essentially it would act like a RAC, right? Like a
Recommendation.
exactly. So the in Winchester it's made up of one member for the planning board, one member for the school committee, two from FinCom, and 3 for the select board. So it's 7 there. I mean,
Okay.
we could do 5, right, or something like that. And essentially, I mean, I think we all learned from the process that RAC did, right? I mean, it was a lot of meetings. It was a lot of of heavy lifting, but I think it was a good process. I mean, I think that now that RAC is sunsetting, right? I mean, maybe it would be a good time to start thinking about this committee. My only request is that we implemented in FY24, right? Because the ship is a little late right now, but you know,
I completely agree. It was not for 24. The 23 is, yeah. And I think that this would give us time to think about it, to look at some different models, think about it, decide if it really is something that we're interested in or not, and then propose it if it is. And maybe a member decides they would like to spearhead this. Anyway, today's just kind of a discuss, so.
Yeah, thank you. I think it would also be, I think, a worthwhile exercise to think about how such a committee would supplement and not be redundant to particularly the finance committee. And I think by hearing what you're saying about Winchester, it sounds like this capital plan committee or whatever it would be called is more intended on the long-term kind of planning. But if you, I remember this because as a member of the finance committee, Marianne and Jean led the way in a very robust portion of our town website to explain some of the responsibilities of the finance committee. And while they don't list, or while that section of the website doesn't necessarily list long-term financial planning, it kind of approaches a lot of those. So like I think as we proceed with that, which is a really interesting proposal, it would be, I think would be good to provide some clarity both to FinCom and to a new board if we did.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that the presentation that we're gonna get at the next financial forum from Sean Cronin is actually gonna be pretty enlightening. I haven't heard it, Karen has, and thanks for bringing Sean Cronin forward. But this is in helping communities kind of assess a much bigger picture.
Okay.
And we're more focused now on kind of, does this make sense? Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna bring it to town meeting? What we'll hear from Sean Cronin, if I understand it, is more, hey, you're thinking about a new school, you're thinking about a senior center, you're thinking about affordable housing, you're thinking about supporting small businesses, you're thinking about these 10 things. How do you do that?
Yeah.
And the most interesting thing that Karen said to me is that when I don't want to I hope I'm not spilling all the beans, but he started to talk about communities that are thinking about, a school and a couple of capital projects, and they have historical high levels of free cash. And they sounded a whole lot like Reading. And this is kind of the discussion that kind of opens everybody's eyes so you can start thinking about, oh, okay, these are our priorities.
Yeah, I'm glad that our kind of first opportunity to hear that will also be with FinCom.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, this is kind of a town-wide activity, I think, but coming back, Carla, to your point, and what you just said, Fidel, maybe the structure is that it's like a RAC, it reports to the select board. We have a financial forum structure that never has it hasn't yet achieved this sort of level in terms of planning and kind of getting all the different groups together. So maybe we've been approaching it a little bit using financial forums, but haven't quite got there and haven't really kind of said, okay, here are the 50 projects that are on the capital plan. How do we prioritize them? How do we think about what's going on? How do they fit with the long-term plan? The town manager has a huge responsibility on this right now, like the responsibility, to be clear. And the question is that the best thing? I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, are there ways we can help? Are there ways we can do better? Are there ways that we can solicit more input? Karen?
Yeah, I just pulled up Lexington really quickly. Capital Expenditures Committee appointed by the town moderator for 3 years, members 5 to 7, reports, makes recommendations to town meeting. But we do have that finance committee handbook now. The finance committee raison d'etre, they're focused on the budget and vetting the budget, but they can certainly, to your point, be helpful in other areas. They always have been.
I think we should be open to different kinds of structure. I think it's more an exploration at this point. So if not other comments, what if we just bring this back to another meeting and talk about, see if some person would like to, kind of ride point on getting some information about it.
Joke.
All right, and we can think a little bit more about it in the meantime.
No,
Okay.
I'm glad this was in here because thank you, it's just, there's some stuff in here that just, it's so far out, it's hard for me to comprehend some of the stuff.
There's a comment online, sorry. Caitlin, thank you.
Ed, did you want to say something? You had your hand raised.
Thanks, thanks, Caitlin. So I was just gonna add, probably to your point, Mark, it's, I think one thing, I think having this type of structure, and it's something that, again, I think we've talked about in FinCom meetings as well, it's really just to, there is a process that exists today, I think, and just that you're acknowledging that. It's just taking it out of, kind of one thread and creating a committee and a little bit more structure around it. And by no means, do I think that any of us think that broken, it's just, looking at it in a more holistic way.
Cool, all right.
Yeah, definitely something that, from a FinCom perspective, I think it's definitely something that we've seen that, would be, agreeable and good for the town.
Awesome. Thanks, okay, so we'll take that to a later agenda, we can kind of take some more thoughts on it too. Next item is the RFI related to cell coverage. Fidel, can you update us on that, please?
Absolutely. So, as you know, we issued an RFI, request for information. So the request for information is publicly procured and advertised, that is open to anyone. Page 93 of your packet. Caitlin, if you can bring that up, that'd be great. It's basically a summary from Allison. She just made a very clear table as to who responded and the main questions that we were asking. The main questions that we wanted to know is, do you have an interest in the water tank, in going into the water tank? And as you can see, the three main carriers responded. The fourth carrier is US Wireless, and Blue Sky Towers is a tower manufacturer in North Reading. The second question that we asked was are you interested in additional sites in Reading? And as you can see, T-Mobile responded with a no, AT&T responded with a no, and all carriers, by the way, responded also with their propagation map, which basically shows, where coverage is. And as you all know, as you can imagine, there is a vast difference between T-Mobile's and Verizon. I mean, it is almost night and day. The last question that we asked was for them to identify, if there were additional sites, where would they be? And as you can see on the table, the three responders that said they wanted to go in there mentioned some items. All carriers responded, and Caitlin, if you can scroll to the next page. I just wanted to I'm sorry, not the next page, the page 95 of the packet. In a couple of the letters that we received, so item number 4 in this page, in the last few weeks, we have received a lot of complaints from residents, and we asked the responders to clarify if small cells would be an appropriate solution for their need. All carriers, particularly Verizon, responded in the same way that Verizon needs towers, not small cells. They call towers macro sites, and they are saying that once macro sites are installed, they can then deploy small cells. But small cells cannot be deployed without macro sites. Page 94 of the packet shows the response from Verizon of where they would like these sites installed. Obviously, we know that on Beacon Street, the small circle in the middle, that is the Auburn water tank that is already in process. In addition to that, they would like to install a site, around the compost center, if you will, and on the right side of Reading, around Simon's Way, or the gun club area, and then they would like a third site, or fourth site actually, close to Matera Cabin. I believe we included the propagation map. We did not include the propagation map. So the what I would like to ask the board is a sense, a feel, if you will, not an official vote, to pursue at least one of these additional sites. So how we would do it is we would issue an RFP, very similar to the temporary tower that is next to the Auburn water tank, where a carrier would essentially pay for the construction of a tower in exchange for a long-term lease of land. The RFP is something that obviously doesn't cost us any money, and it's something that we can put out at any time. I would like to start in the area around our compost center. I feel like that is an area that is mostly controlled by DPW, and hopefully our staff can work with a potential responder on figuring out a lot of those the details of the response. If we have a good response, obviously on that RFP, I think that we would pursue the additional locations that are shown on page 94.
Board members, comments, questions?
I think this is great. I mean, we've all seen the emails that have come in over the past several weeks, and I really don't know how that campaign started because it's been an ongoing problem. But someone took the lead, and the board received quite a few emails, and even though those are private entities, but the fact that Verizon, which is not on the water tower, as you can see by the graph, and maybe everyone didn't know that because the coverage. Verizon's a very big carrier, if not the biggest, and they weren't on the water tower, and now they want to come on the water tower and install other sites to benefit their customers. So, I think, let's see what the other board says, but I think we should consider a couple sites for sure, and see what they say. Once the RFP is put out.
Thanks, Mark. Fidel, do we have any idea how much the leases would be? Are they in comparison to the water tank? Are they more, less? Because obviously they have to foot the bill as opposed to just strapping on some equipment and.
Yeah. So what I've heard from other communities is that essentially they give a few years rent free in exchange, basically of construction. So say, and again, this would be an RFP process, right? But on a 20-year lease, maybe the first 3 years are free, right? In exchange of construction. I would assume that Verizon has a high incentive to come in, obviously. So hopefully that would reflect in the price.
Yeah, because I had Verizon Wireless since I was a teenager, and I had to switch because there's no coverage in Reading for it. So that's like 20, 30 years almost, kind of like, not 30, but whatever. It's the same thing, just seeing, yes, all the emails that came in and everything, just, I think that's tame compared to the outrage that I've heard previously. To Carlos' point, I just don't know where it came from. It's always been an issue here. And this seems as if the way to somewhat alleviate that. I just hope that they're not just gonna go on the Auburn Street water tank and then, yay, we got on here, and then bail on the other three, because it's not cost prohibitive for them to do it. I guess the locations that are here, the other three, other than the water tank, seem like there's a lot of green around it, so my biggest thing would be any abutters, et cetera, that, would have concerns because they didn't sign up for this. There was, all they have is trees here, and then all of a sudden we're gonna put a cell tower up in their backyard. So I can kind of understand that. So it only seems as if the Matera one might be an issue. Everything else, the other two are out in the woods for the most part. So, and that's a whole nother story, but all of a sudden you can do construction in the woods, I don't know, but that's not my department. So.
I would love to see that RFP just ask them to be disguised. Did you say we have one that looks like a smokestack somewhere in town?
In the market basket, yep.
So if we bring in tree towers and put them in a tree area, to your point, I think, I don't know how many abutters are gonna be upset about it at this point. When we discussed the water tower neighborhood, we had one, but again, that's in the middle of a densely populated neighborhood. So that is, when I was a Verizon customer for 20 years, that was a horrible spot over by the Simon's Way gun club. You would be on the highway and your call would drop. You would be in the Rotary, your call would drop, and you're then at Haverhill Street. So yeah, that I don't know what magic dust you sprinkled. I mean, maybe somebody did finally call them complain. But that they've been advertising the best coverage in the country for a long time, and there's a huge blank spot right where they want to put those towers.
Jack?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. First, US Wireless, I'd love to know more about who that respondent is. I'm not aware, if you search US Wireless, there's US Cellular, but I'm not aware of a company named US Wireless. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but would just be interested to hear more about them, as they appears to be interested not only in the water tank, but in other sites. And then also great to see that Verizon's got interest in both the water tank and other sites. I suppose one thing maybe to keep in mind with the RFP is to maybe ask the question of how either existing in the case of AT&T and T-Mobile, or additional in the case of Verizon, antennas on the Auburn Street facility impacts their propagation. And I know, because I guess if we don't do that, we risk these two processes kind of running out of sync with each other. And what I mean by that is, if we're asking town meeting in November to approve the RFP for carriers, including the addition of Verizon on the Auburn Street water tank, and then we're also getting, somewhere in that timeframe, responses to a more general RFI on cell service in the town as a whole, that, the two processes might end up kind of being at cross purposes and ultimately slow us down in solving a problem that, as you've all acknowledged, we've heard a lot about. And I do think a lot of it has to do, not all of it, but a lot of it has to do with the return to school and, frankly, the nervousness that, we heard from a lot of community members about not being able to reach kids or parents, depending on where they are in town, not only in that northern quadrant, but elsewhere.
Yeah, so Verizon, we framed the questions kind of sequential, right? The most important thing is, are you going on the water tank, right? I mean, and they all responded yes. The follow-up question on the RFI was, in addition to the water tank, do you have any other maps and or any other needs? AT&T and T-Mobile said no.
Right.
We are not interested in going anywhere else aside from the water tank. I do feel that the RFP for, I am really hoping that the RFP for the water tank, we are able to issue it before town meeting. Because I think if we are able to come to town meeting in November and say Verizon is going to be on the water tank, then I feel like it would be a lot of the town meeting members would feel a lot more reassured, if you will.
Okay, but wasn't one of the November town meeting warrant articles for the Auburn Street water tank RFP?
It is. It is to allow the select board to enter into a 20-year lease. So legally, we're only authorized to sign a 3-year lease. If we want to go longer than 3 years, it needs town meeting approval.
Okay, so the warrant article relates to the lease, not the Auburn Street RFP.
That's correct.
The RFP for Auburn Street, you're hoping to get out sooner.
Absolutely, as soon as possible.
Okay,
as soon as possible.
Leases for the current carriers.
The lease for anybody that responds?
Yeah, right, anybody, but
Yeah.
obviously we
Yeah.
have two that we know wanna come back.
For sure, absolutely.
Cause I mean, I guess just wondering out loud, I would be very curious to hear what Verizon's response will be once they're, if they are on the Auburn Street tank.
Yep.
And how that would change, and I don't know, I have no sense of it, but whether they would still, and they say they are, but they've never been on that tank, so,
Right.
yeah.
So, you had a couple of thoughts here as well. So, number one, to the points we've all raised, there's trouble with cell coverage in town. It's particularly bad for Verizon, but it's not particularly stellar for AT&T. As an AT&T customer, I have a microcell in my house and I have Wi-Fi calling, and this is the first time I've actually had signal in my house. So that's pretty good. But it's a problem that continues. Number two, there was some discussion about it's a public safety problem. And Phil and I talked about this, let me paraphrase, that's not the case, correct? It's not a public safety problem. They're not, Verizon's lack of service or anybody's lack of service is not a public safety issue.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a convenience issue and it could
Sure.
be safety related to schools and other things, but in terms of police and fire,
my understanding is that 911 basically is universal. So yes.
right. So it's an issue of residential and business customers. And probably the market would be dictating that, as we've heard from a number of people already, if the service is really bad, you switch. So, that's appropriate. I think that Verizon needs to get on the tower on, it's strange to understand why they're not on it, truthfully. But so we start with that. And I'm wondering if it makes sense to kind of get that process done first and then do the next step. And then if we do the next step, I would recommend that we kind of look at one at a time, not two or three, but one. And understand what the interest is, see what the impact would be. Abutters, I don't know what happens if you put it in a heavily forested area that's limited. Are there issues with that? I have no idea, but we'd want to explore that first also. So I would suggest kind of, let's take care of the Auburn Street Tower, see what that best opportunity is, get propagation maps from everybody, see what the coverage looks like, make sure we understand their interest in expanding or not expanding. And if there really is only one carrier that's interested, see what the economics look like. Or see if other people would want to join too.
That is a very logical plan. And
But
but only the time frame of the water tower isn't gonna be completed till next spring?
July. Yep.
Alright, so do you wanna wait that long?
well, if we went through a whole process and somebody was proposing to build a tower and bid it out, do that whole thing, what's that time frame?
I mean,
10 months?
the RFP for the water tank, we are hoping to issue as soon as possible. And once that happens, basically, we would sign contracts with the carriers, right? I mean, and they can mount their equipment whenever the tower is ready. So
July.
we don't have to wait until construction is done to
Maybe sooner.
sign contracts, to do all that stuff. We could tee that up.
If there were to be a new location and a new tower constructed, what sort of timeline might that be?
Probably a couple of years to be realistic.
Oh,
right?
really?
Yes,
Absolutely.
It's not 6 or 8 months.
Yeah, no,
Because they put
absolutely.
the temporary one up, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta figure out, obviously, the engineering components, zoning might be an issue,
Right.
There's a few hurdles to cross.
Neighbors.
I like your logical plan better now.
Chris?
Thanks, Mark. I believe they weren't Verizon wasn't on the existing water tower because there wasn't room and it was unsafe for other stuff to be added up there. I believe that was the issue back then. I think the safety and security issue that people brought up wasn't the 911 aspect. It's more of that the police and fire in their cars were using Verizon, if I recall as well, or they could be on AT&T. That's the aspect where you're driving around and there's a dead zone, et cetera. But yeah, the high school, Birch, Meadow, all of that, zero Verizon. I don't know how I survived. But my ultimate thing is I just hope they don't use the water tower as leverage just to be like, yay, we did it, and then, like I said, just back out of everywhere else and call it a day. That's my only fear.
Hopefully customers will vote with their feet. Karen?
I did stop by the fire department when we were getting all those letters, and unequivocally, they have their own antennas. We went through a process when we approved it. They are not using cell coverage. They're using their own radios and own antennas. I don't want anyone to be worried that they cannot respond to emergencies. There are definitely secondary aspects if you're a resident or a business, but they have their own equipment.
All right, we good? Okay, let's roll on. Sorry, I've got to get to the top of my agenda here. And
I think it's Birch Meadow, isn't it?
no, I think it's discuss follow-up from summer select board retreat and schedule a fall retreat. So on page 98 of your packet, so I gotta go back to 98. So I'm sorry that this kind of summary is, months after we kind of started. We've had a few other things going on. But I thought it was a really productive process. I thought it was great that we found that our priorities between the five of us match up actually quite well. Some subtle differences perhaps, but they match up really well. The top three priorities, and Caitlin, can you put up that, actually page 98 of the packet is just as good as what I sent you. Beautiful. So the top three priorities, number one, to ensure that Reading is set on a path for success toward achieving community goals such as revitalize Birch Meadow, yikes, new elementary school, senior community center. So very centered, if you will, on those as priorities. Number two, to make sure we can move capital projects forward in a timely and cost-effective manner. And other than supply chain and a few other things that are fighting against us, I think we're working toward that. And number three, balance efforts at affordable housing, development, and preservation. So great. Then there are three short-term goals, three long-term goals. Short-term goals, improve communication among boards, commissions, and committees, and the select board. And we've started that a little bit with inviting, public safety groups have been in. We'll have
Cultural.
Thank you, cultural. I'm saying conservation, it's like, it's not conservation, what is it? Cultural, thank you. They'll come in. Number two, to ensure Reading, we'll make that a capital R. It's not reading. Ensure Reading takes advantage of all state and federal grants in order to support community goals. And wonderful that we had the delegation here today to talk about that, and I think we've been achieving this pretty well too, which is wonderful. Find opportunities for consensus and compromise. And I think we've been doing a pretty good job in discussing things through. We won't always completely agree, but we're finding ways to work together, which is great. Longer term, ensure Reading is recognized as an inclusive, diverse, and welcoming community. Fostering a welcoming and inclusive environment for the town. Ensure that the Board of Health and Reading Coalition have what they need to serve all residents and businesses. And the parens note is, in my summary on this one, I added a note just saying I would add the Division of Equity and Social Justice to that, ensuring that they too have what they need to serve all residents and businesses. But very good agreement on, from what was a big list of sticky notes on walls, came in pretty tightly and is really good. I think, and behind this, by the way, and in the packet, you can see it is more detail kind of on each one and how we thought about it. And what I think is also great is that this adds staff goals along with select board goals. And already pretty good alignment in terms of what was going on, which I think, again, speaks to kind of how we want to work together. And if we're working together, we're going to get a lot more stuff done. I would suggest that we kind of go to a next level and have another meeting at some point soon. I'm a little concerned about timing because a fall meeting, we're already mid-September. When do we do it? Because once we're at November, things are too busy for that activity. So I think there's a kind of October and January as windows. I don't know if board members have a preference sooner or later. I think one of those two would make sense to set up another gathering and maybe, again, have a few hours to talk things through.
I think October 22nd from 2 to 8 is the perfect time to gather.
What's going on?
Town Common.
Oh, that's the beer garden. Yeah, that's a good idea. Can you post those
It
for the
would be quite the public meeting.
I will provide refreshments.
I have a tent.
Really good idea.
You have a tent?
I have a tent. Table and chairs.
Is there a preference? But
I was gonna say, Mark's gonna bring the cups and whatnot.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that
So
goes.
so by the way, we
Solo cups.
reuse those things. We don't throw any of that stuff out. But they're not single use. They're forever use in my view.
I think we have, not we, just in general, just seeing the schedule and everything wrapping up, Arpa, schools, Killam, all town warrant, I think October just doesn't seem right. As much as I'd like to have it then, it just, we seem to be, as a town in general, just having a ton of info coming up in the short term. January, it's snow and that's pretty much it, so.
I think we'll have other things to work on too, in addition to the snow. But
Yes.
other folks, January.
I have a slight preference for January for, some of the reasons that Chris mentioned, as well as just some full-time job issues in the short term. And then just a question, is there a significance to the different color highlights in this section of our packet? So I see some things are highlighted in blue, yellow, purple, some in blue or yellow and purple.
I have no idea.
Jane Weldon put this together, I can
Okay.
ask her, and
It's
I'll
10:30
definitely
at
ask her.
night.
Yeah.
I can't believe you can't figure that out.
I was just curious.
Yeah, perhaps there is.
We'll ask her that question. I'm not sure why.
Nope, it's okay.
Oh, no, I think it's the color of the Post-it notes.
Post-it
that
notes.
That's what I thought. I was trying to,
Okay, but we need the decoder ring.
yeah.
We know what that is.
Who's purple? Who's
Yeah, I think we need the decoder ring.
Yeah, not urgent, just, yeah.
Yeah.
I will ask her.
So why don't we look at early January? Is a Saturday morning the right way to do this again?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay, maybe we'll take a look at calendars and
Good.
Yeah, I think, October's long weekend. We want to see my kid at college.
yeah, I think there's a lot going on, is the reality. So, okay,
Mark.
that sounds good. Okay, next on the agenda, discuss town master plan. So a little bit following up from capital planning and things. Many years ago, 10 plus, we did a master plan. And I think maybe one of the things we're missing now is we're looking at lots and lots of different projects is kind of what exactly are we trying to head toward? What's kind of this 10, 15, 20-year vision of where we want to get to? And I don't know if master plan is the right word, but it's this notion of setting these long-term goals so that we know that, here's what we're trying to achieve. And it would have to get updated on a fairly regular basis. I thought that maybe 5 years ago there was a discussion about kind of revising the master plan document. Maybe this is something we can talk to Jean about. I vaguely remember this. But it feels like we need, as we're working on all these different things, it'd be great to say, yeah, here's where we're trying to get to, and yes, okay, this gets us along those lines. It'll help us prioritize, it'll help us kind of understand what those goals are for the community. I think that's something that would maybe help guide us in our thinking. And as I said before, the capital planning process then I think starts to kind of fit into that as well. You start saying, oh, okay, we're trying to get here, we haven't done it in a while, let's get this part going. What do people think?
Yeah, I don't disagree. There's some visions already out there, Walker's Brook 2, Eastern Gateway, is RMLD conversations going forward, what's gonna happen over there, so there's things. But yeah, I think it's a very good idea to, I would do it in increments of 5 if I was doing it, 5, 10, 15, 20, and lay it out that way and see, okay, what's, 5 is short term, in a sense, in town government years.
Right.
And then 10 is aspirational, 15, 20 is like, I hope this happens, but yeah, what's the path? How much, potentially how much money is it gonna need? Everything is in sequence, right? The reconfiguration of the Ash Street, Main Street, train track intersection by McDonald's is a big component of Eastern Gateway 2, however, umpteen years from now, like, until that's done, like, and that's gonna be part of that vision. Why else would you do it?
Right.
And it's good to improve it, but that's part of a bigger idea.
Yeah, and we've seen kind of one or two handfuls of these pieces, and I'm not sure that we've stitched them together well enough yet.
No, the consultants have made a lot of money, yeah. And you know, let's put it to use, because we have a lot of information already that's been paid for and very nice to look at, but implementation and, you know, like Killam is gonna be on the books for a long time if it gets approved, right? It's something that we need, it's not a want, it's a need, in my opinion. And then after that, you know, Birch Meadow has been on the books for a number of years. Hopefully we can see that completed. And then, you know, water infrastructure and you know, there's so many things. But yeah, the big vision, I would love to see the RMLD campus, the Market Basket property, you know, work into that in some way, and just, you know, more walking paths, you know, like the connectivity. When I was at that presentation years ago, the connectivity to downtown, to Eastern Gateway, is like they're close enough, but they're kind of far apart as well. To, I don't know if, you know, I don't know how that would work, but you know, if you have, I mean, look what Woburn did at Commerce Way. I mean, they redeveloped that whole area, and it still needs tenants and it's a work in progress. But you know, the apartments went up in the back. That's what all these developments are doing. They're adding residential. In Billerica, they're doing the same thing in an older plaza. They're adding residential, reconfiguring it, modernizing it, and it adds to the housing. But for us, you know, everybody wants to put the brakes a little bit on, you know, overdevelopment, especially in downtown. But outside downtown, that's a different story. But I'm all for it.
Other thoughts?
We have to figure out where to put another 700 units of housing that the state's asking for.
Yeah.
700,000.
It's a big number.
It's capacity, not production. And I don't
Okay,
quite know what that
what?
means, but
It sounds good.
but last night so I say that because last night at CPDC, when Julie Mercier went through the final guidance on MBTA communities, yeah, she explained that the guidelines or the guidance is for zoning capacity and you know, I think this is why frankly I had asked the delegation about it, because I think what we're hearing from Julie and Andrew, who are great and really smart and know their stuff, is that there's still a lot of confusion.
Oh yeah.
What's required. And I also think, you know, any way you look at it, we have a new administration and a new Secretary of Housing too, so how are they gonna approach it differently, if at all? But yeah, I think the master planning is a great idea.
Chris?
Thanks, Mark. Are you saying we need 700 new because of being classified as an MBTA community? I mean, the train community thing,
Yeah.
is that why? Yeah, because.
It was higher if we were still a bus, so.
Yeah. Yeah, because I did hear Julie as well speak about it, and apparently she was classifying us as 25 and the state is 20, but they had us do the 20, whatever that scenario is, like it's backwards and doesn't make sense, so hopefully that gets all ironed out, because I don't know where you're putting 700 units in red, like, I don't know what to tell you on that. So.
Well, and we'll have a housing production plan coming through as well. So, I mean, we have lots of pieces. I think we just don't necessarily have them tied together as nicely as possible. So would it make sense to ask staff for their opinion on some of these as well? Think about how we might do this, as well as a little bit of the background of what's been done in the past.
Right, and timing as well too, right? I mean, I think we would want to get through the housing production plan as well.
Completely agree.
Yep.
Yep, and then I would guess somebody like MAPC probably does this all the time.
They would love to
Yeah.
consult on this, absolutely.
They're pretty affordable though.
Yes, as consultants go.
It's 15,000, right, for that?
15 or 50.
Should we talk about 100,000
Yeah.
something to study a farmer's market?
Alright, so-
100,000 for a farmer's market?
Guess what my future holds?
I'm hearing the sense of the board is that this is an interesting idea. Why don't we ask for some staff feedback and thinking about it, as well as on timing? When it would make sense to consider something like this? What it would cost, what would be the best way to do it? How do we interlace some of the things we've already done, so that we're not just reinventing everything all over again?
Awesome, lovely. Future agenda and office hours. So I have office hours, I think, again, on the 27th, I think, at the library. I think that's
This
ringing a
month?
bell. This month.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I don't think our schedule went beyond, Karen, you just said you're gonna do the 20th?
Yes, at the library.
Okay, so I don't think our schedule went beyond that. I think we ought to kind of put them together.
October 20th, like monthly again?
No,
once-
September.
So,
So we're, there's nothing scheduled after, I think, September 27th.
oh, okay, right, gotcha.
We need to kind of think about what that would look like. Do folks want to look at their calendars and then send something back, and then we can send it all to Fidel? And with the goal of like, you know, at least 1 hour per week kind of thing, figure out if we can do that.
No, that's too much.
Between 5 of us to have 1
Okay.
hour a week?
So I don't know if they used to do like, didn't they do like once a month, and whose turn was it?
Well, they did once per meeting, is what I'm very familiar with.
Once per meeting?
Yeah, every meeting there was somebody that had
Alright.
office
So
hours.
twice a month.
Twice a month.
I think
For the
that-
past 5 months, we've done one select board member per month.
That's,
I
yeah,
believe that's how it is in our policy, though. That's
Once
what
a
it
month?
is, yes.
Okay.
So what I
feel
would,
like I'm doing a lot of phone calls
Yeah.
in between,
Oh,
so,
absolutely.
okay.
Fidel and I are going out into the woods together.
That's right, it's town forest.
it's getting weird.
I mean, I'm fine with, how about we just keep the pattern that it went? So I'll send Fidel a time in October, whoever was after me, Carlo can do
was
November.
next, then Jackie, then Karen,
So
then.
just-
Yeah,
Sounds
I
good.
mean, if we wanna do that.
That sounds good,
Sounds
so
good.
I'll sign up for January, alright.
Last know I heard.
Okay, so let's throw dates back at Fidel in the order, just kind of continuing back from the top of the chart, working our way down.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Okay, future agenda items. One thing I think we need to think about, Fidel, is after we have more inputs related to potential downtown sites, is kind of sharing some of the information with the community more formally. I think, you know, some of it people see at different meetings, but maybe we can more formally share some of that information. And certainly if there's an article coming before town meeting, we would want to do that. So what if we put that on the agenda for next week, if that makes sense? Yep. Other items?
Not so much an item, but in the past month, I've walked by and up the stairs to the post office and zero activity. Zero. So maybe in the memo, I don't know what's going on there.
You mean
The restaurant, sorry, post office.
Post office square,
Postmark,
not the
postmark.
post office.
Postmark
Postmark.
building, potential restaurant that the license we approved over a year ago
Yeah.
has had zero activity for months. I was there, I walked there purposely twice in the past month and looked in and nothing has been moved. So I've asked, Aaron a while ago and I got no response, so I'm just curious. Are they having staff issues? Are they gonna bail? That's a private matter, not a but then we have a license that we approved. So I don't know, I know there's a lot going on out there in the restaurant community, but there could be contractor problems, maybe they're not showing up, but there's good stuff in there. Some stuff is framed, I don't know if anyone else has looked in. There's some stuff framed out, there's some materials in there, but there's been no activity for a long time.
So should we ask Fidel to
Yeah,
get
just
an
for a quick-
update?
yeah,
And
it's not an
if we
agenda
can't do
item,
that,
no,
then
not-
ask them to,
Not an agenda item, but just, I'm curious, like, what's going on?
yeah, that keeps kind of rolling out. Great, anything else, Carlo, on your list?
No, and then, on top of that, I guess I get to add, hopefully, Public Kitchen will open
Yes.
in the next 4 to 8 weeks, I don't know. Dan across the street, cause they've gone in there to, buy a drink or whatever, they said, I think it went from late September to move to October. So, the goalpost keeps getting moved for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And I walked by there the other day and they're doing more work, it seems like. The bar is intact, but the back eating section, as you go further north, there was a lot of.
So would it make sense to ask maybe if Erin could supply you with a memo? Just kind of updating things on every couple of month basis?
So she is coming on the meeting of September 20th for an economic development update, and the bid is coming as well for an update.
Fabulous, perfect timing. Awesome. Chris?
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, to echo Carlo's point, I did look in there as well, and like there's insulation just sitting there, et cetera. I was all for, well, I'm not gonna get into deliberation, we'll carry on. I did, well, we all did hear from the resident earlier in public comment about discussing the security camera issue thing downtown. So as the resident security IT expert / YouTube monetization expert, I would be happy to discuss that in a future agenda item as well, if need be. So, but that's all I got.
So can I, maybe a suggestion on that, is it worth asking Fidel to do a little investigating first, and then once we kind of understand more about it, then maybe
Sure.
we turn that to an agenda item?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great. Any other items?
No, that's it.
Karen?
Okay, I had long discussions at the Fall Street Fair with members of the Historic Commission and Historic District Commission, and I know Carlo has brought this up before. And I understand that, Fidel, you have been working on this in the background. I think it's time for the board to have an update, and I think it's probably gonna need to be an executive session, but I leave that to you to figure out what everybody would like.
On summer?
Yeah,
On summer.
186
Yeah,
summer.
it's
I
been-
think
yeah,
it's
it's been a
pretty,
while.
pretty important at this point.
Yeah.
So if you could explore that and then touch base with Ymca, town council, just to confirm open versus executive. Any other items?
That's it, thank you.
Sure, Jackie?
Kind of to further on Karen's point, are there other boards and committees that we want to hear from? And I'm just, the arena, we've asked for the arena, I don't know if you wanna do it now or.
Ice
Yeah,
Mountain?
Ice Arena.
Sure.
They are up for renewal in March, I believe, so.
I'll reach out to them.
And then, yeah, we ought to get on the, get on a plan. We were gonna try to have one group per meeting for a bit.
Mhm.
So are there ones that people wanna put higher on priority? Do we wanna get rec sooner or later?
Yeah, I mean, I can, they had a quiet summer, rec, and now they're obviously very excited tonight, and then they're working on some other stuff, but yeah, I think, rec committee, it'd be nice, I think, even though it's separate from us, it's like maybe get the library in here every, I don't know, I mean, I don't think, or we should get Sudeshna in here at least for an update, see how her was it peer review, what's it called? Peer, how that's going, I thought she was nuts. I think she's nuts that she has so many people on it. Cause she didn't wanna say no, cause she's so nice. But to see how that's going and see how she's doing and see if she needs anything and, she's always pleasant and happy but, maybe, I know that's not our, responsibility, but it's a big part of the town.
Yeah, I think that's a great opportunity for her to come in and do that. And I'm actually the representative here, and I made myself a note that I haven't provided an update in a bit. We've had quite a few meetings, and one a month, and there are now subcommittees. But I think it would be great for her to kind of share where things are.
To get an update, yeah, just to see how it's going, because the last time we heard from her was they were gonna go in that direction.
Yep.
And they did.
Let's do that.
Yeah, and just a quick update, she is holding a forum with Pat Silva on November 2nd at the PAC. And it's gonna be, so Pat Silva is the civil rights officer, and she is her role. So they're coming together and essentially clarifying to the communities what their roles are.
And that'll be on the website and everything, the town
Yep.
website and all that
Also,
stuff.
also, yeah.
I think that Recalc is supposed to report back to the board before town meeting. And I noticed that Recalc is listed as one of the Article 2 items as well. So we probably should set a date for that, maybe the first, early October. I'm just thinking, give it some time to get all of the surveys in and then be able to come to us. So maybe first or second in October would be good, first or second meeting in October. I'm sorry, Jackie, with the other things?
I got one more quick thing. I'm gonna get the numbers wrong. Is there any updates on, I forget if it's lot 1 or lot 5, the one that the town purchased? I forget which one.
Time for an update.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know who's, it wasn't that long ago, but I kind of forget where we left it, other than, trying to get a,
Yeah.
an easement, but like, what are we gonna do with that property?
Time for an update.
Yeah.
Cool, all right, minutes. So,
I read through them, I have no changes personally.
awesome, others?
I have some from Jackie and Karen.
I said onion is late as usual.
Do you want to project them? We'll take a quick look.
What's the first 100 pages? What's the first date of the first meeting?
So the first one is actually the retreat from 6:25.
Oh, okay, I
Which
don't
is
have any
one
changes for
page.
that one.
Then it's August 9th is next.
Page 104.
Why did I think it was the 30th? Okay, it's August. Oh, shit.
There's the 9th and the 30th.
I didn't have any changes from anyone for the retreat.
Okay, the 30th is in there, right?
Yes, the 30th is in there.
Thank you.
So,
These are,
yep, these are my red lines. Thanks, Caitlin. And just was adding more detail about the upcoming financial forums. Zumba is done. Labor Day's come and gone. And then I think I might have had another short one at the bottom. So here I was just using the language in the statute. It's an affordable housing trust. And just explaining that we're not, why we're pursuing the special act home rule petition. And like the practical purpose of being able to convert those existing funds into that trust. And then just added in the fact that we talked about recommendations for areas of expertise, relevant backgrounds for membership.
Yeah.
I think that's all I had for this one.
Do you wanna go through all yours first, Mark? What do you wanna do? Like all of her changes, one meeting by meeting, or all the changes for all the minutes?
So Caitlin, do you have them changes from one person, then changes from the other person? Separate documents?
Yeah, how
or
do you have it?
merged?
yeah, I only got changes from Jackie and then Karen,
Is
are
there a
in a
way?
different, Karen's are.
Is it easier to do by meeting or by person? With the changes?
However you wanna do it, I
Oh.
got Karen's right before the meeting, so the only other edits I got were Jackie's, so I only was gonna show.
Okay. I guess it doesn't matter.
So maybe we're better off by meeting.
Yeah, probably.
Let's go by meeting. Okay, so if we board members, are we okay with the ones that Jackie has proposed here? No, we should do it. Let's take,
Does Karen have any for the 9th?
Not for the 9th.
Not for the 9th, okay.
okay, so why don't we take a motion for the 9th first and approve that, get that out of the way.
Yeah, the 25th.
Yes,
Retreat, yeah.
25th, nobody had anything.
okay, so let's do that one first.
Move to approve the meeting minutes from June 25th, 2022 as presented.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry. Okay. You reported that we went to the MMA, but you reported that we went to the MMA, but only says you.
Okay.
So
Hang
just
on one
put
second.
Karen in there too.
That's for, then
So that's the next meeting.
that's the next
Hang on.
one. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
He's just-
Let's close out on this
Sorry,
first
we're
one,
done.
the retreat.
Second.
Oh, the
Thank you,
retreat.
second. Any discussion on the retreat minutes?
Nope. Retreat made us so
Okay, all
great.
those in favor?
Sorry.
Opposed, 5-0. Okay,
Sorry.
next. August 9th. So these are the ones that we just looked at your comments, Jackie, yes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so it sounds like Karen is suggesting an addition toward the beginning, probably during liaison reports, so
Right.
I don't have the
McCarthy
page
and
number, but
Herrick, but
yeah, we,
Okay,
page
so,
one.
so it's page 104.
so it's McCarthy and Herrick went to a new member training by MMA.
That's it.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, so let's take a motion on those.
Move to approve the meeting minutes from August 9th, 2022 as amended.
Second.
Let's go, discussion. None appearing, all those in favor? Opposed? 5-0. And now to 30th.
On this one, Carlo, I thought we should add some more detail. Your meeting with RMLD was specifically with what was the name of that property owner in the back? Like it just
Barbaros?
yeah, I just thought we should
Barbaros,
put in the details, specific plans about inviting commercial property owners to Barbaros.
Let me find it. August 30th, Bachi.
Otherwise
Oh, I
we'll
see what you're saying. Bachi then with RMLD. Yeah, it was more than just RMLD. Should we just mention Greg? Because Greg was the only person from RMLD.
Yes, so
there.
and
We met at RMLD
okay.
with
When-
Greg and members of the Barbaros family to discuss.
Oh, future plans for their building, so that changes the meeting. It was about the Barbaros meetings, not the RMLD meetings, so yeah, okay, that's a better edit.
Correct, yeah.
Yep.
Because we don't have the lease with,
And
the
we
town
had
doesn't
oth-
have the lease, the RMLD has the lease with
Okay,
with the
and
family.
we've had other meetings where we talked about the RMLD buildings, but that
Right.
wasn't one of them.
Right,
Okay,
right, right.
gotcha.
Do we have their name correctly?
Barbaros?
Is it- I think
It's Arthur Barbas.
Barbas, maybe
That's what I
Barbas,
thought too, but it's
Barbas.
just phonetically, not.
Yeah, I think,
I remember Greg being very boisterous over his name. So I believe it was Barbas.
Yeah. Can we just agree that we'll find the right spelling and then fix it to be correct?
yeah.
Okay, any other changes?
So these are, are we still looking at,
We're looking, this one we just approved, so let's go to the next one.
30th, yeah.
No, this is the new one.
oh, okay.
That is the 30th?
That's the 9th.
This is the 30th.
What? No.
Is that not showing on your screen?
No, it's
Correct,
not.
it's not.
No,
This is
it's-
the
yeah.
last one.
Alright, hold on. Try again. How about now?
Right.
Yes, great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just added some detail about meetings. And I don't remember if I added anything else, and I don't have, unfortunately, the copy accessible at the moment. So, Caitlin, could you please scroll down? Oh, yeah.
One right here.
Yep.
Mhm.
And this was, just a request for the cost data.
Good with all.
So Caitlin, I didn't see the change we just made to Carlo's liaison report. Is that in there, but we're not seeing it?
No, it's not in there. I'll
Okay,
change
okay.
that.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with these?
Mhm. Yep.
Okay, awesome. Okay. So do you want me to show Karen your email from earlier?
Sure, they're just liaison updates, it's not any other part.
Let me see. Oh, there wasn't anything else, okay.
Just so I had the change, I suggested a change to Carlos' update and I suggested changes to my liaison update. You could copy and paste those if it makes it easier to read. You can see it, Mark, look at him, he has no
Can you read
glasses
it?
on, but I don't know.
Yeah, the Budget Liaison Report, I can still read it. Regarding the RMLD was a
Crazy.
meeting with the budding commercial property.
Okay.
Well, it'd be owner, not owners, owner. Insert family name here.
Yeah, let's not leave it as that, actually get the name in.
Yeah, I'm hoping they're not listening right now.
I'll confirm with Carlo that last part before I
Okay.
Send it to be finalized.
I'm good with these. All set?
Number 3, it says Reading climate, okay. I thought it was recalc. Yeah, I gotcha, okay. Why is recalc doing that one?
What is it's 200,000 for, what is that at RMHS in number 1?
The light call,
Oh, right, I remember that, yep.
and then magically it's in the budget, it's in the warrant.
All good?
Yep.
All right, entertain a motion, please.
Move to approve the meeting minutes from August 30th, 2022 as amended.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? We're 5-0. Any other business before us? Not appearing.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? 5-0.
Great.
We are adjourned.